The Sermon on the Mount by Emmet Fox, 1938. Preliminary Note by Bending Realities. Get ready for a transformative journey with Emmet Fox's The Sermon on the Mount, an audiobook that is like a ray of light in the midst of modern chaos. Published in 1938, this work distills the teachings of Jesus as a practical manual for transforming your life with thought, faith, and love. In a world full of noise and dogma, Fox invites you to connect with the spiritual truth that changes everything. With clarity and closeness, he shows you how to release negative attitudes, use the power of prayer, and live fully. It is like discovering a superpower that has always been in you. Emmet Fox, leader of New Thought, filled auditoriums in New York during the Great Depression. He was a mentor to Connie Mendez and a key influence in the beginnings of Alcoholics Anonymous. His style, free of dogma, turns profound ideas into simple advice, as if he were talking to you over a cup of coffee. Did you know that this was his first book? His metaphysical reading of the scriptures was so revolutionary that it launched him to worldwide fame. And yes, his vision of Jesus as a down-to-earth mystic is still powerful today. The production of Bending Realities brings this gem to new life, with vibrant narration, sound effects, and a care that makes every word resonate as if spoken today. More than an audiobook, it is an experience that invites you to look inward and create an abundant life. If you're ready to leave the chaos behind and embrace a truth that enlightens, The Sermon on the Mount is your new traveling companion. With the wisdom of Fox and the magic of Bending Realities, it is an invitation to transform your world with love, faith, and purpose. Introduction. This book is the distilled essence of many years of biblical and metaphysical studies, and of the many lectures I have given. It would have been an easier task to write a more extensive work, but my object has been to offer the reader a practical manual of spiritual development, and to that end I have condensed the subject matter as much as possible, because, as every student knows very well, conciseness is indispensable to achieve mastery of any subject. Let no one imagine that it is possible to assimilate all the contents of the book in 1 or 2 readings. It is necessary to go through it many times in order to understand in depth the completely new meaning of life and the range of absolutely original values that the Sermon on the Mount presents to humanity. Only then will the new birth be experienced. Bible study is not unlike the search for diamonds in South Africa. At first, the explorers found only a few in the yellow mud, congratulating themselves on their good fortune, thinking that would be all they would see. Then, as they dug deeper and deeper, they came to the blue silt and were amazed to find in one day as many precious stones as they had previously obtained in a year, and what had seemed to them great wealth now seemed insignificant in the presence of the new treasure. In like manner, dear reader, in your exploration of truth in the Bible, see that you are not satisfied with the first spiritual discoveries, those of the yellow clay. Go on until you can find the rich blue clay at the bottom. The Bible, however, differs from the diamond soils by the sublime fact that beneath the blue slime there remain in it more and more strata. These are richer and richer, and await the contact of spiritual perception for all eternity. Above all, my good reader, when you read the Bible, constantly affirm that divine wisdom is enlightening you. It is the way to receive inspiration from the Almighty. I have followed the convenient modern practice to which many authors of metaphysical books conform, and which consists in using capital letters in all those terms that represent aspects or attributes of God. Chapter 1. What did Jesus teach? Jesus Christ is, without a doubt, the most important figure that has ever appeared in the history of mankind. This we must admit, no matter how we consider him. This is true whether we call him God or man, and if we consider him man, whether we regard him as the world's greatest prophet and teacher, or merely as a well-meaning fanatic who, after an ephemeral and stormy public life, suffered pain, ruin, and failure. Whatever our interpretation, there remains the incontrovertible fact that his life and death, as well as the teachings attributed to him, have influenced the course of history more than those of any other man who ever lived, far more even than Alexander, or Caesar, or Charlemagne, or Napoleon, or Washington. Many people are influenced by his doctrines, or at least by those attributed to him. A multitude of books are written, read, and bought about him. More speeches or sermons are delivered about him than about all the names mentioned together. He has been the religious inspiration of the whole European race during the 2 millennia in which it has dominated and shaped the destinies of the whole world, culturally, socially, and politically, and during the period when the whole Earth's surface was at last discovered and occupied, and its salient features traced by civilization. These facts place him in the first place of world importance. There is, therefore, no higher enterprise than that of inquiring and investigating into his ideals. What did Jesus teach? What did he really want us to believe and do? What were the ends he had in his heart? And to what extent did he accomplish these ends by his life and death? To what extent has the movement called Christianity, as it has existed for the last 19 centuries, expressed or represented his ideas? What is the scope of the message that Christianity today presents to the world? If he were to return now, what would he say in general about the nations that call themselves Christian, and in particular about the Christian churches, the Seventh-day Adventists, the Anglicans, the Baptists, the Catholics, the Quakers, the Greek Orthodox, the Methodists, the Presbyterians, the Salvationists, or the Unitarians? What did Jesus teach? These are the questions I intend to answer in this book. I intend to show that the message Jesus brought us is of unique value, because it is the truth, the only perfect explanation of the nature of God and man, of life and the world, and of the interdependence that exists between them. And what is more, we shall find that his teaching is not a mere abstract appreciation of the universe, which would only be of academic interest, but constitutes a practical method for the development of the soul, a method which serves to reform our life and our destiny, so that we can make of them what we will. Jesus explains to us what is the nature of God and what is our own nature. He tells us the meaning of life and death. He teaches us why we make mistakes, why we fall into temptation, why we become sick and impoverished, why we grow old, and what is most important, he tells us how all these evils can be overcome, and how we can bring health, happiness, and true prosperity into our lives, and into the lives of those around us if they really want it. The first thing we have to understand is a fact of fundamental importance, because it means breaking with the ordinary views of orthodoxy. The truth is that Jesus did not teach any theology. His teaching is entirely spiritual or metaphysical. Historical Christianity, unfortunately, has put its major attention on theological and doctrinal questions, which, strange as it may seem, have nothing to do with the gospel teaching itself. Many simple people will be surprised to find that all the doctrines and theologies of the churches are human inventions, born in the minds of their authors and imposed on the Bible from outside. But this is so. There is absolutely no theological or doctrinal system that can be found in the Bible. Simply none. Honest people who felt the need to obtain some intellectual explanation of life, believing also that the Bible was a revelation of God to man, came to the conclusion that one had to be found within the other, and then, more or less unconsciously, set about creating that which they wanted to find. But they lacked the spiritual and metaphysical key. They were not affirmed on what we can call spiritual basis, and consequently they sought an explanation of life, purely intellectual or three-dimensional, and it is impossible to explain existence with such a criterion. The true explanation of man's life rests on the fact of his essentially spiritual and eternal entity, and that this world, and the life we know intellectually, are but what a section cut shows of the whole truth about him. And a cross-section of anything, be it a machine or a horse, cannot give us even a partial explanation of what the whole is. Looking at a little corner of the universe, and that with half-open eyes, and placing themselves on an exclusively anthropocentric and geocentric plane, men have created absurd and horrible fables about a limited and manlike God who rules his universe just like a rather ignorant and barbaric Oriental wren, who would manage the affairs of his little kingdom. To this being thus created are attributed all sorts of human frailties, such as vanity, inconstancy, and rancor. Then arose a forced and inconsequential legend about original sin, blood atonement, infinite punishment for finite transgressions, and, in certain cases, an incredibly horrible doctrine of predestination to eternal torment or eternal happiness was added. The Bible teaches no such theory, and if it were in the purposes of the Bible to hold such a thing, it would be clearly stated in some chapter or other, but it is not. The plan of salvation, which figured so prominently in the evangelical sermons and theological books of the past generation, is as unknown to the Bible as it is to the Koran. There never was such a plan in the universe, and the Bible does not expound it in any way. What has happened is that some obscure texts from Genesis, certain phrases taken here and there from the epistles of St. Paul, and a few isolated verses from other parts of the Holy Scriptures have been picked out and put together by theologians to support the kind of doctrine which, in their opinion, should be found in the Bible. Jesus was unaware of all this. Of course, he is by no means like Pollyanna or an optimist. He warns us not once, but many times, that obstinacy in sin brings very serious consequences indeed, and that the man who loses the integrity of his soul, even if he gains the whole world, is extremely foolish. On the other hand, he teaches us that we are punished because of our own mistakes, or rather it is our own mistakes that punish us. Jesus also teaches us that every man or woman, no matter how blinded they may be in impurity and evil, has direct access to a merciful, fatherly, and all-powerful God, who will forgive them and provide them with his own strength to help them rediscover themselves, 77 times if necessary. Jesus has also been misunderstood and misrepresented in a number of other ways. For example, there is no basis in his teaching upon which to establish any form of ecclesiasticism, hierarchy, or this or that ritualistic system. He authorized no such thing, and, in fact, the whole content of his thought is definitely anti-church. Throughout his public life, we see him in the face of the clergy and other religious officials of his own country. Hence they opposed him and persecuted him afterwards, driven by an instinct of self-preservation. They instinctively felt that truth, as he expounded it, heralded the end of their power, and later had him killed. He overlooked their pretended authority as God's representatives, and toward their ritual and ceremonies he showed nothing but impatience and contempt. It seems that in religious matters, human nature is more disposed to believe what it wants to believe than to take the trouble to search the Scriptures with an open mind. Truly sincere men, for example, have taken upon themselves the role of guides of Christianity with the most imposing and presumptuous titles, and then dressed themselves in elaborate and magnificent habits to impress people, although their master, in the clearest language, strictly commanded his disciples to do nothing of the kind. But do not call yourselves rabbi, for one is your teacher, the Christ, and you are all brothers. Matthew chapter 23 verse 8. He denounced the Pharisees as hypocrites. Jesus, as we shall see below, never sanctioned the importance of ritual ceremonies, nor of rigid laws, nor of severe ordinances of any kind. What he did insist on was that a certain spirit should prevail in one's conduct, being careful to teach only principles, knowing that when the spirit is right, the details will be right accordingly. The letter kills, but the spirit quickens, as the sad example of the Pharisees showed. However, in spite of this, the history of Orthodox Christianity is composed for the most part of efforts to make the faithful observe all kinds of external rites. An example, we have it in the Puritans, when they wanted to impose on the Christians the Sabbath of the Jews as a day of rest, in spite of the fact that the Sabbath laws were a purely Hebraic ordinance. We have it also in the cruel punishments suffered by those who neglected to deal exclusively with the profanation of the Sabbath, and in spite of the fact that Jesus did not look with sympathy upon the superstitious observance of the Sabbath, saying that the Sabbath was made for man and not man for the Sabbath, and insisting upon doing whatever he saw fit to do on that day. Throughout his teaching it is clearly warned that man should make every day a spiritual Sabbath, thinking and conducting himself in a spiritual manner. It is obvious, then, that if the Hebrew Sabbath were still imposed on Christians, since they do not keep its observance but that of Sunday, they would still be incurring the same consequences of breaking it. Many modern Christians, however, realize that there is no system of theology in the Bible, unless it is deliberately put there, and they have almost entirely given up theology, but they still count on Christianity because they feel intuitively that it is truth. In reality, their attitude lacks logical justification, since they do not possess the spiritual key, which makes the teaching of Jesus intelligible, and so they try to rationalize their attitude in various ways. Such is the dilemma of those who possess neither the blind faith of orthodoxy nor the spiritual and scientific interpretation of the Bible. He finds himself without support in everything that does not belong to the old Unitarian school. If he does not entirely reject miracles, he feels great discomfort with regard to them. They baffle him, and he wishes they did not appear in the Bible. He would be very glad if he could leave them aside. A well-known clergyman has recently published a life of Jesus which illustrates how false this position is. In this book, the author concedes the possibility that Jesus healed some people, or helped them to heal themselves, but nothing more. He flatly denies the other miracles. According to him, these were nothing more than the usual legends that are formed around all the great personages of history. When the storm occurred on the lake, for example, the disciples were extremely frightened, until they remembered Jesus, and this thought only served to calm their fears. This fact was later exaggerated into an absurd story describing Jesus himself walking on the water to approach the boat. On another occasion, continues the same author, it seems that Jesus reformed a sinner, raising him from a grave of sins, and this, years later, became a ridiculous legend relating the resurrection of a dead man. Another night, while Jesus was praying fervently, his face was illuminated with an extraordinary brightness, and Peter, who had fallen asleep, woke up startled. Years later, Peter related in a confused story how he thought he saw Moses on that occasion. Thus the legend of the Transfiguration was created, and such is the origin of other and similar examples. Of course, we must listen with compassion to the sincere arguments of a man who is impressed by the beauty and mystery of the Gospels, but lacking the spiritual key, he feels that his common sense and all the scientific erudition of men are in contradiction with the contents of those Gospels. But it is not so simple. If the miracles did not really happen, all the rest of the Gospels lose their real significance. If Jesus did not believe that they were possible, trying to perform them, never, it is true, by ostentation, but constantly and repeatedly, if he did not believe and teach many things in direct contradiction with the rationalist philosophy of the 18th and 19th centuries, then the message of the Gospels is chaotic, contradictory, and devoid of all meaning. We cannot avoid this dilemma by saying that Jesus was not interested in the beliefs and superstitions of his time, and that he accepted them more or less passively, because what he was really interested in was character. This is a weak argument, because this character must include an understanding of life that is both intelligent and vital. It must also include certain definite beliefs and convictions about things of valid importance. But miracles did occur. All the facts that the four Gospels relate about Jesus did happen, and many more. Many other things Jesus did, which, if they were written down one by one, I believe this world could not contain books. Jesus himself justified by his works what people esteemed to be a strange and wonderful teaching. But he went even further and said, referring to those who study and practice his teachings, "The things that I do ye shall do, and many more still." After all, what is a miracle? Those who deny the possibility of miracles on the grounds that the universe is a system of laws that work perfectly without the slightest flaw are right, but they forget that the world which we know through the five senses, and whose laws are the only ones known to the majority of men, is but a very small fragment of the whole universe existing in reality, and that each law is subordinate to a higher one in a sense of lesser to greater. Now, to resort from a lower law to a higher law is not really to break the law, for the possibility of such a thing is within the supreme constitution of the universe. Therefore, in the correct sense of what the violation of a law implies, miracles are not possible, but in the sense that all ordinary laws and the ordinary limitations of the physical can be abrogated and counteracted by something higher which comprehends them. Miracles, in the colloquial sense of the word, are not only possible, but can and do occur. Suppose, for example, that on a Monday our affairs are in such a condition that, humanly speaking, it is certain that before the week is over certain changes will take place. It may be legal matters, perhaps some harsh court ruling or physical problems in our bodily health. It may be that a high medical authority has decided that a very delicate operation is indispensable, or even more, that he deems it his duty to tell the patient that there is no hope of regaining his health. Now, if in the presence of such conditions, the subject in question can raise his consciousness above the limitations of the physical plane, which is but a scientific enunciation of what we do when we pray, the conditions of that plane will be changed, and in an entirely unforeseen and normally impossible way, the expected tragic consequences will vanish. The legal sentence will not be pronounced. The patient will recover instead of having to suffer the operation or die, and things will be arranged for the benefit of all. In other words, miracles, in the ordinary sense of the word, can and do happen as a result of prayer. Prayer really does have the power to change things. Yes, thanks to prayer, things can come about in a very different way than they would have if prayer had not been prayed for. It doesn't matter what difficulty we face, it doesn't matter what causes it. Enough prayer will sweep away the difficulty. We just have to be persevering in our appeal to God. Prayer, however, is both a science and an art, and it was to the teaching of this science and this art that Jesus devoted most of his ministry. The miracles of the Gospels happened because Jesus had that spiritual understanding which gave him a power in prayer greater than anyone else had ever had. We find another attempt to interpret the Gospels worthy of note, which is that of Tolstoy. He tried to present the Sermon on the Mount as a practical guide to life, taking its precepts literally and overlooking the spiritual interpretation of which he was unaware. He also excluded the plane of the Spirit in which he did not believe. Accepting from the Bible only the four Gospels and suppressing from them the miracles, he made an effort as heroic as it was vain to harmonize Christianity and materialism, and of course he failed. His true place in history is thus not that of the founder of a new religious movement, but that of the genius whose practical anarchism opened the way to the Bolshevik Revolution, just as Rousseau prepared the advent of the French Revolution. It is the spiritual key that reveals the mystery of the content of the Bible in general, and of the Gospels in particular. It is that key or spiritual interpretation that explains the miracles to us, and shows us how Jesus did them, to prove to us that we too could do them, and thus free ourselves from sin, sickness, and limitations. With this key we can dispense with the inspirations of eloquence and get rid of literal and superstitious interpretations of the Bible, and nevertheless understand that it is the most precious and authentic treasure that humanity possesses. From the outside, the Bible is a collection of inspired documents that were written through centuries by men of all types and in diverse circumstances. Very few of these documents that have come down to us are original. They are mostly redactions and compilations of older fragments, and the names of the authors are rarely known with certainty. This, however, does not in the least affect the spiritual purpose of the Bible. It is really of no importance. The book, such as we have it, is an inexhaustible source of spiritual truth, no matter what the ways by which it has arrived at its present form. The name of the author of any one chapter is of no more interest than that of his amanuensis to whom it may have been dictated. Divine wisdom is the author, and that is all that matters to us. Exegesis or high criticism deals exclusively with the external aspect, with the letter of the Scriptures overlooking their deep content, and such criticism is worthless from the spiritual point of view. The profound message of the Bible is presented to us through various forms: history, biography, as well as lyrical and other poetic forms. But above all, the parable is used to express spiritual and metaphysical truth. In certain cases, what was never intended to be more than a parable was interpreted literally for some time. Hence, it has often appeared that the Bible teaches things in complete contradiction to common sense. An example of this we have in the story of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. Rightly interpreted, this story is perhaps the most wonderful of all parables. It was not the author's purpose to present this story as true, but many have taken it as such, giving rise to a whole series of absurd consequences. The key or spiritual interpretation of the Bible frees us from all these difficulties, dilemmas, and apparent inconsistencies. At the same time, it prevents us from falling into the false positions of ritualism, of evangelicalism, and also of so-called liberalism, because it gives us the truth, and the truth is nothing less than the surprising but undeniable reality that the whole external world, be it the physical body or the common things of life, the winds and the rain, the clouds, the earth itself, is subject to man's thought, and that he can master it when he becomes conscious of it. The external world, far from being a prison of circumstances as is commonly supposed of it, has in reality no character of its own, neither good nor bad. Its character is neither more nor less than that which our thoughts give it. It is plastic to our thought whose form it takes, and this is true whether we understand it or not, whether we want it or not. The thoughts that throughout the day occupy our mind, our secret place, are shaping our destiny towards good or bad. Truly, the whole experience of our life is nothing more than the external projection of our thought. Now, it is up to us to choose the kind of thoughts we harbor in our mental receptacle. It may be difficult to change the ordinary course of our vicious way of thinking, but it can be done. We can choose the nature of our thoughts, and indeed we always do so. Therefore, our lives are just the result of our mental selection. They are, therefore, the workmanship of our own making, and consequently, there is perfect justice in the universe. There is no suffering as a consequence of the original sin of another, but we reap the harvest which we ourselves have sown. 22. We possess free will, but this free will rests upon our mental selection. Such is the essence of what Jesus taught. This is, as we shall see, the fundamental message of the whole Bible, but it is not expressed with equal clarity throughout the Bible. In the early portions of the book it shines dimly like the light of a lamp shrouded in veils, but as time goes on the veils successively disappear, and the clearness of the light grows stronger, until it reaches the passages of Jesus Christ, in which the light reaches its utmost purity and brilliancy. Truth never changes. What changes is the understanding that men have of it. Through the centuries this understanding has been improving. In truth, what we call progress is but the outward expression, corresponding to the ever more adequate and enlarged idea that men are forming of God. Jesus Christ recapitulated this truth, taught it fully and thoroughly, and above all, incarnated it, that is, demonstrated it in his own person. Now many of us can understand intellectually what the fullness of this message must mean, of what would happen if a complete understanding of it were reached. But what we can demonstrate is something quite different. Accepting the truth is the first step, but we have made little progress until we prove it in our daily actions. Jesus demonstrated all that he taught, even the victory over death in what we call the resurrection. For reasons which it is not necessary to explain here, it happens that every time we overcome a difficulty through prayer, we lend a helping hand to the whole human race in general, present, past, and future, and we help it to overcome that same kind of difficulty in particular. Jesus, by overcoming all kinds of limitations to which mankind is subject, and in particular by overcoming death, accomplished a work of unique and incalculable value, and for this reason it is lawful to call him the Savior of the world. On an occasion in his ministry, which he deemed convenient, Jesus wished to gather and express all his teaching in a series of discourses, which probably took him several days, speaking perhaps 2 or 3 times a day. This arrangement has sometimes been compared quite accurately to a certain system of summer schools that we have today. Jesus took that opportunity to summarize his message, or, in other words, to dot the I's and cross the T's, as they say. It is natural that many of those present took notes which were later duly collected and arranged as the Sermon on the Mount. Each of the 4 evangelists collected material from that sermon, according to his personal views, and it is Matthew who gives us the most complete and coherent version. The presentation he offers us is an almost perfect codification of the religion of Jesus Christ, and it is for that reason that Matthew's version has been chosen as the fundamental text for this book. Matthew contains the essentials. It is personal and practical. It is concise and specific, and yet its teaching is full of light. Once the meaning of its concepts has been duly understood, it only remains to put them faithfully into practice in order to obtain immediate results. The importance and scope of such results will be in direct relation to the sincerity and constancy with which his instructions are applied. This is an individual question that each one has to answer to himself. No one can save his brother's soul or pay his brother's debt. We can and must help one another on certain occasions, but it is necessary that each one of us learn to do his own work and to stop sinning before a worse thing can happen to him. If what we really want is to change our living conditions, if we really want to transform ourselves, if we really long for health, serenity, and spiritual cultivation, we must set our sights on the Sermon on the Mount, because there Jesus tells us what we have to do. The task is not easy, but we are sure that it can be done because others have done it. But the price must be paid, and it consists in strictly applying the principles of Jesus in every aspect of life, and in every daily act, whether we feel the desire to do so or not, and especially in those cases in which we feel inclined not to do so. If we are willing to pay that price, then the study of this magnificent Sermon on the Mount will truly become for us the mountain of liberation. Chapter 2, the Beatitudes. And when he saw the multitude, he went up into a mountain, and when he sat down, his disciples came to him, and opening his mouth he taught them, saying, Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they shall be satisfied. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called children of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are ye, when men shall revile you and persecute you, and shall say all manner of evil against you, lying for my sake. Rejoice and be glad, for great is your reward in heaven, for so persecuted they the prophets which were before you. The Sermon on the Mount begins with the 8 Beatitudes. This is undoubtedly one of the best-known sections of the Bible. Even those whose knowledge of the Scriptures is limited to half a dozen of the most familiar chapters know the Beatitudes by heart. They almost never understand them, unfortunately, and generally regard them as advice towards theoretical perfection without any application in daily life. Such a fact is due to a complete lack of the spiritual key. The Beatitudes constitute a beautiful prose poem of 8 verses, forming a harmonious whole, which is at the same time a finished summary of Christian teaching. It is considered a spiritual rather than a literary synopsis, which captures the spirit of the teaching better than the letter. Summaries of this kind are characteristic of the ancient Eastern system of dealing with a religious or philosophical question. It reminds us of the 8 ways of Buddhism, the 10 commandments of Moses, and other similar compendia. Jesus devoted himself exclusively to teaching general principles, which always had to do with states of mind, because he knew that when one thinks rightly, one's conduct is also right, and on the contrary, when one's thinking takes a crooked direction, nothing can go right. Unlike other great religious guides, Jesus does not give us detailed instructions about what we should or should not do. He does not command us to eat or drink certain things or to abstain from them. He does not order us to observe certain ritual observances at certain times or seasons. In fact, his whole message is anti-ritualistic and anti-formalistic. That is why he was uncompromising at all times with the Jewish clergy and their theory of salvation through the ceremonies performed in the temple. The hour is coming when neither on this mountain nor in Jerusalem will you worship the Father. But the hour is coming, and now is when the true worshippers will worship the Father in spirit and in truth, for such are the worshippers whom the Father seeks. God is spirit, and those who worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. The Pharisees, with their terrible and detailed code of external requirements, were the only ones against whom Jesus showed complete intolerance. A scrupulous Pharisee of that time, most of them were extremely strict, had to comply every day with countless outward details in order to be conscious that he had satisfied the demands of his God. A contemporary rabbi has calculated the number of such requirements at about 600, and since it is obvious that no human being could fulfill such a responsibility, the natural consequence would be that the victim, knowing that he was always far from the exact fulfillment of his duty, would live perennially under a chronic feeling of sin. Now, believing oneself to be a sinner is practically equivalent to being a sinner with all the consequences that derive from such a condition. The ethics of Jesus contrasts with all this. His object is precisely to free the heart from placing its trust in external things, whether to achieve temporal rewards or to attain spiritual salvation. He wants to bring us to a completely new mental attitude, and this is what the Beatitudes show us graphically. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Here, at the outset, we have to bear in mind a fact of great practical importance in the study of the Bible, and that is that it is written in its characteristic language, that is, with an abundance of turns of phrase and expressions, and sometimes words, which are used in a very different sense from that in which they are actually given in daily life. To this we must add the fact that the meaning of many terms has changed since they were translated. In reality, the Bible is a metaphysical text, a manual for the development of the soul, and all the questions it deals with are considered on that basis. This point cannot be overemphasized. Such is the reason why in the Bible every matter is taken in its broadest appreciation. All things are considered there in their relation to the human soul, and many common expressions are used in a much deeper sense than is usually given to them. For example, the word bread, as used in the Bible, means not only any kind of food for the physical body, which is the most comprehensive literary interpretation, but all things that the human being requires, such as clothing, shelter, money, education, friendships, etc., and, above all, spiritual things, such as perception, understanding, and, especially, spiritual realization. Give us this day our daily bread. I am the bread of life. Whoever eats of this bread. Another example is the word prosperity. In the Scriptures, it means much more than the mere acquisition of material goods. Its true meaning is efficacy in prayer, obtaining an answer to prayer. Behold, for the human soul, the only prosperity worth seeking, and if we attain such an answer, it is only natural that all our material needs should be equally satisfied. Of course, certain material things are essential on this plane of existence, but this kind of wealth is, in fact, the least important thing in life, and this is what the Bible means when it gives the word prosperous its true meaning. To be poor in spirit does not mean, under any circumstances, what we nowadays call spiritual poverty. To be poor in spirit means to have renounced all preconceived ideas in order to seek God with all one's heart. The one who is poor in spirit is willing to put aside his present way of thinking, his ideas and prejudices, and even his present way of living if necessary. In other words, he is ready to throw overboard everything that could represent an obstacle in his search for God. One of the most poignant passages in all of literature is the one about the rich young man who overlooked one of the greatest opportunities given to him. Here is the story of humanity in general. We reject the salvation Jesus offers us, that is, our opportunity to meet God, because we have great possessions. This does not mean that we are very rich in terms of money. The rich are really a minority. Our great possessions are usually of another kind. Preconceived opinions, confidence in our own judgment, and in the ideas with which we are familiar, spiritual pride as a product of academic merit, sentimental or material predisposition toward certain institutions and organizations, habits of life that it pains us to abandon, concern for the respect of others, or perhaps fear of ridicule, or an unusual interest in the honors and distinctions of the world. And all these possessions keep us chained to the rock of torture that is our exile from God. The rich young man is one of the most tragic figures of all times, not because he was rich, for wealth is in itself neither good nor bad, but because his heart was enslaved by that love of money to which St. Paul refers when he relates it to the root of evil or perversion. Even if he had been a multimillionaire in silver and gold, if he had not set his heart on his riches, he could have entered the kingdom of heaven as easily as the poorest beggar. But his confidence was in his possessions, and this shut him out. Why did the clergy of Jerusalem not receive the message of Christ with rejoicing? Because they had great possessions, possessions of rabbinical scholarship, of public honor and importance, of positions authorized by their being the official teachers of religion. These possessions would have had to be sacrificed in order to receive the spiritual teaching of Jesus. The humble and ignorant people who listened with pleasure to the Master were happy, even though they had no such possessions to tempt them to abandon truth. Why in modern times, when the same simple message of Christ announcing the imminence and nearness of God as well as the inner light that burns perennially in the human soul, appeared again in the world, was it again the simple and unlearned who received it willingly? Why was it not the bishops, the deans, the ministers, or the presbyters who gave it to the world? Why was not Oxford, or Cambridge, or Harvard, or Heidelberg the great center of diffusion of this, the most important of all knowledge? The answer is again, because they had great possessions of intellectual and spiritual pride, great possessions of egotism and presumption, great possessions of academic honors and social prestige. The poor in spirit suffer none of these impediments, either because they have never had them, or because they have risen to a higher plane through the influence of spiritual understanding. They have freed themselves from the love of money and earthly goods, from the fear of what people will say, and the disapproval of relatives or friends. They are no longer intimidated by any human authority, no matter how high it may be. They have abandoned all foolish confidence in the infallibility of their own opinions. They have at last realized that their cherished beliefs may have been wrong, and that perhaps their way of seeing things and their ideas about them may be false and require modification. They are ready to set out again on the road of life and begin again to learn its meaning. Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. Misfortune and affliction are not, in themselves, good, it being the will of God that every creature should know joy and attain a life of joyful success. I am come that they might have life, and that they might have it more abundantly. However, pain and suffering are often extremely useful, for many people will not take the trouble to seek truth until adversity or failure forces them to do so. Then pain becomes a relatively good thing. Sooner or later, every human being will have to discover the truth that is in God, and verify for himself his own contact with Him. He will have to reach that realization of truth which will free him forever from the limitations of our three-dimensional world and its concomitants, sin, sickness, and death. But most will not undertake the search for God wholeheartedly, unless compelled to do so by some kind of contrariness. The truth is that it is not necessary for man to suffer misfortunes, for if he sought God first, the misfortunes would never come. It is always possible to choose between learning through spiritual development or through painful experiences, and if someone chooses the latter procedure, no one is to blame but himself. As a rule, it is only after health has been lost, and all the ordinary resources of medicine have failed to give us relief, that we seriously decide to seek that spiritual understanding of the body as a true incarnation of the divine life, the only thing that offers us the guarantee of overcoming sickness and finally death. But if, knowing our true nature, we would turn to God while our health is good, it would never be the case that we would fall ill. So it is with poverty. It is only when economic hardship becomes extreme, when the most indispensable resources have been lost, that we turn to God as our last refuge, and learn that the divine power is in reality the source of all the good that mankind receives, and that material things are but the channels through which the goodness of God is manifested. But it is necessary that this lesson be thoroughly learned before a man can attain higher and wider experiences than he has at present. In the Father's house there are several abodes, but the key to the higher abode is always the complete mastery of the one in which we are. It is therefore very convenient that we should learn as early as possible where and how our prosperity comes to us. If those who are prosperous would recognize God as the true source of what they have, while they are still prosperous, and pray regularly for greater spiritual understanding on this point, they would never have to lament poverty or financial hardship of any kind. At the same time, we are to bear in mind that we should use our present resources well, not accumulating wealth out of selfishness, but rather recognizing that it is to God that everything in the world belongs, and that we are but His agents or trustworthy men. The possession of money carries with it an inescapable responsibility. It must be managed prudently, or else there will be consequences. This general principle is applicable to all our problems, not only to physical or financial difficulties, but also to all the other evils to which mankind is subject. No cause for regret, family problems, quarrels and misunderstandings, sins and regrets, etc., will ever take away our peace if we seek first the kingdom of heaven and right understanding. On the other hand, if we do not do so, all that will come to us, although suffering will comfort us, in spite of its ungrateful appearance. In the Bible, comfort means the presence of God, which is the end of all lamentation. The Orthodox churches have too often presented us with a crucified Christ dying on the cross, but the one the Bible gives us is a Christ rising triumphant. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. At first sight, this beatitude seems to make very little sense, and the ordinary facts of life seem to contradict that which it has. No sane man, observing the world around him and studying history, could sincerely accept this saying at face value, and most Christians have overlooked it in practice, feeling ruefully that things ought to be so without doubt, but that in fact they certainly are not. But this attitude leads to nothing. Sooner or later the soul reaches a point where it has to discard once and for all evasions and subterfuges, and face the realities of life honestly, whatever the cost. It is necessary to admit that either Jesus meant what he said, or he did not mean what he said, that he knew what he was talking about, or he did not. Otherwise, if this is not taken seriously, we are dragged into a position that no Christian would want to accept, either that Jesus was saying what he did not really believe, as unscrupulous people do, or that he was talking nonsense. This situation has to be defined at the very beginning of our study of the Sermon on the Mount. That is, either we take Jesus seriously or we do not, and in this case his teaching must be abandoned altogether, and people must cease to call themselves Christians. To pay lip service to Jesus, to say that the gospel is divinely inspired truth, to boast of being Christians, and then to avoid putting into practice in daily life all that is inferred from his doctrine, is simply fatal weakness and hypocrisy of the worst kind. Either Jesus is a trustworthy guide, or he is not, and if he is, let us honor him by accepting that he, in reality, knew what he was saying, and that he knew better than anyone else the art of living. The sorrows and anxieties that mankind suffers are due entirely to the fact that our way of living is so opposed to truth, that the things Jesus said and taught seem to us at first sight absurd and crazy. The truth is that when rightly understood, we find the teaching of Jesus to be not only true, but most practicable. Indeed, it is the most practicable of all doctrines. We come to discover, then, that Jesus was neither a sentimental visionary, nor a mere dispenser of platitudes, but a consummate realist, as only a great mystic can be, and the whole essence of his doctrine as well as its practical application are summarily comprehended in this text. This beatitude is among the half-dozen most important verses in the Bible. When one is in possession of the spiritual sense of this text, one possesses the secret of mastery, the secret that makes us fit to overcome every kind of difficulty. It is, literally, the key of life. It is the message of Jesus reduced to a single phrase. These words are, in actuality, like the philosopher's stone of the alchemists, who transform the base metal of limitation and affliction into the gold of comfort, that is, true harmony. Let us note that there are two words in the text that act as poles of attention, meek and earth. Both are used in a very special and highly technical sense, which must be well clarified before the hidden meaning that they carry in the background is revealed. In the first place, the word earth is not used in the Bible as a mere reference to the terrestrial globe. It means manifestation. Manifestation or expression is the result of a cause. It is necessary that a cause should be manifested or expressed before we can know it. And on the other hand, every manifestation or expression must have its cause. Now, in the divine metaphysics, and particularly in the Sermon on the Mount, we learn that all cause is mental, and that our bodies and all that concerns us, home, business, all our experience, are but the manifestation of our own mental state. The fact that we are unconscious of most of our mental states means nothing, because they are there in the subconscious mind anyway, no matter whether we have already forgotten them or have never been aware of them. In other words, our earth means the totality of our external experience, and inheriting the earth means acquiring mastery over that experience, that is, having the power to order our life in conditions of harmony and positive success. The whole earth shall be filled with the glory of the Lord. His soul shall dwell at ease, and his seed, prayers, shall inherit the earth. The Lord reigns. Let the earth reign. So we see that when the Bible speaks about the earth, possessing the earth, ruling the earth, filling the earth with his glory, and so on, it refers to our living conditions, from bodily health to the smallest detail of our personal affairs. and this text is there to tell us how we can achieve full mastery over our life and thus be the masters of our destiny. But let us see how this can be done. The Beatitudes says that mastery, that is, the ability to govern the conditions of our life, is to be achieved in a certain way, and in the most unexpected of ways, nothing less than by being meek. However, it is also true that this word is used in a special and technical sense. Its true meaning is by no means that which is given to it today in modern parlance. Indeed, there are nowadays few qualities of human nature more disagreeable than that expressed by the word meekness. To the modern reader, the adjective generally suggests the idea of a weak person, lacking in courage and self-respect, and probably hypocritical and mean at the same time. This was not the case in Dickens' time. The modern reader, with these connotations of the word in mind, is inclined to despise the general concept of the Sermon on the Mount, because already at the beginning he is told that only by being meek will he obtain the power of dominion, and such a doctrine is unacceptable to him. But the word meekness, in the biblical sense, is meant to imply an attitude of mind which no other particular word accurately describes, and it is precisely in this attitude of mind that the secret of prosperity or success in prayer lies. It is a combination of an open mind, faith in God, and the conviction that God's will for us is always something vital and interesting, bringing joy to existence, and far beyond anything we could imagine. This state of mind also includes a complete predisposition to allow the will of God to manifest itself in the way divine wisdom deems best, and not according to the particular way we have chosen. This attitude of mind, complex in its analysis though simple in itself, is the key of power, that is, success in the test. There is no word for it in ordinary language, because the thing does not exist except for those who are affirmed on the spiritual rock of the word of Jesus Christ. If we wish to inherit the earth, we must absolutely acquire meekness. Moses, who was so extraordinarily successful in prayer, was remarkable for this quality. He surpassed the established belief about old age, showing the physical potency of a young man in fullness of life, when, according to the calendar, he was 120 years of age, and at last completely transcended his physical being, or became dematerialized, without dying. We also remember that Moses, in addition to his personal success, performed a marvelous work for his people, freeing them from slavery in Egypt through incredible hardships. For the fortunate exodus was the test of Moses and a few higher souls who helped him, and influencing the whole further course of history with his teaching and exploits. Moses had an open mind, always ready to learn and put into practice new ways of thinking and acting. He did not reject a newly emerging revelation on the pretext of being novel or revolutionary, as most of his presumptuous colleagues in the religious hierarchy in Egypt would have done. He was not exempt, at least at first, from serious faults in his character, but his soul was too great to be touched by spiritual or intellectual pride, so he gradually rose above such defects as the new knowledge of truth worked in his innermost being. Moses fully understood that to accommodate himself strictly to the will of God, far from entailing the loss of any good, could only mean a higher, better, and more splendid life. Consequently, he did not consider the acceptance of that will as a sacrifice. On the contrary, he esteemed it as the highest form of personal glorification in the true and wonderful sense of this word. The personal glorification of the egoist is the vile vanity which, in the end, leads to humiliation. True personal glorification, that which is truly glorious, is the glorification of God, the Father in me. He does the work, I in you and you in me. Moses understood perfectly the power of the spoken word to bring forth good, which is scientific faith. He was one of the meekest men who ever lived, and none but our Lord has ever inherited the earth to such an extent. A delightful Eastern proverb states that meekness compels God himself. Blessed are they that hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled. Righteousness is another of the Bible's key words that the reader must possess if he is to penetrate the deep meaning of the book. Like earth and meek, righteousness is a technical term used in a definite and special sense. Righteousness, in its biblical meaning, has to do not only with righteousness of conduct, but with right thinking in every aspect of life. As we go deeper into the study of the Sermon on the Mount, we will find in every sentence a reiteration of this great truth. Outward things are but the expressing, pressing outward, or graphic manifestation of our inner thoughts and beliefs. We will also find that we have the dominion or power to guide at will the course of our thoughts, so that indirectly it is we who make our lives according to the nature of our thinking. Jesus will constantly repeat to us in these talks that we cannot exercise any direct action on external things, for they are but the consequences or, as it were, the images of what takes place in the secret place. If it were possible for us to directly change the external without altering our way of thinking, it would mean that we could think one thing and produce another, which would be contrary to the law of the universe. Indeed, it is precisely this erroneous notion that is the false basis of all human misfortunes, disease, sin, strife, poverty, and even death itself. Yet the great law of the universe is no more and no less than this. What we carry in our minds is the determining cause of our experience. As that which is within, so is that which is without. We cannot think one thing and produce another. If we want to have control over the circumstances around us, to make them harmonious and happy, we must first make our thoughts harmonious and happy, and then the outside will follow suit. If we desire health, let us first of all think of health, and let us remember, this does not mean only to think of a healthy body, although that is important, but such a state of mind includes thoughts of peace, joy, and goodwill to all. For, as we shall see later in the sermon, negative emotions are one of the main causes of disease. If we want to elevate our spiritual stature and grow in the knowledge of God, we must imprint a spiritual rhythm to our thoughts, and concentrate our attention, which is life itself, on God rather than on our limitations. If we want to prosper materially, we must have thoughts of prosperity, and make a habit of this thinking. For what keeps most people in poverty is the habit of thinking in terms of poverty. If we would see ourselves surrounded by kindly companionship and have the affection of others, it is necessary that our thoughts should reflect love and goodwill. All things work together for good to those who love good. When a man awakens to the knowledge of these great truths, he naturally seeks to apply them to life, realizing at last the vital importance of justice, or of maintaining only harmonious thoughts. A reasonable man begins at once to try to put his house in order. But he finds that, though the theory is simple enough, the practice is anything but easy. Now, why should this be so? The answer lies in the extraordinary power of habit, and our habits of thought are both the most subtle and the most difficult to break. To give up a physical habit is comparatively easier if one is serious about it, because the action on the physical plane is much slower and more palpable than on the mental plane. When it comes to mental habits, we cannot, so to speak, cast them aside and look at them objectively as we do when contemplating our actions. Our thoughts glide through the field of knowledge in a ceaseless stream, and with such rapidity that only by active and constant vigilance can we direct them. Moreover, the theater of our actions is the place where we find ourselves. I cannot act except where I am. I can, of course, give orders by letter or telephone, or I can ring a bell and obtain certain results at a distance. However, the act itself occurs where I am and in the present moment. With thought, on the other hand, I can go through the whole panorama of my life, evoke all the people I have known, and I can just as easily plunge into the past or go back into the future. We see, therefore, that the task of achieving a just and harmonious balance of thought is much greater than it seems at first glance. For this reason, many are discouraged and blame themselves for not being able to transform their mental rhythm at once, and, as St. Paul says, to destroy the old Adam forever. This, of course, is a grave mistake. Self-condemnation, being a negative and therefore unjust thought, tends to produce even more pain, preserving the old vicious circle. If we do not progress as rapidly as we would like, the remedy is to redouble our vigilance in order to keep our thinking in a careful state of harmony. Let us not dwell on our mistakes or on the slowness of our progress. Let us cry out for the presence of God in our life. The more earnestly, the greater the difficulty that tries to discourage us. Let us ask for wisdom, power, or prosperity in prayer. Let us take a mental inventory and carefully review our life, lest in some little corner of our mind there still lurk crooked thoughts. Is there still some aspect of our conduct that is not quite right? Is there someone we have not yet forgiven? Do we indulge in some kind of political, religious, or racial hatred? If we have such a feeling there, it is surely disguised under the cloak of a false justification. If we discover it, let us tear off the disguise of illusion in which it hides, and get rid of it as if it were a pernicious thing because it is poisoning our life. Has a certain dose of personal or professional envy crept into our hearts? This vicious feeling is much more common than is usually admitted in good society. If we find it, let's get rid of it, no matter what it takes. Are we downcast by some sentimental sorrow, some useless or impossible longing? If so, let us reflect. As immortal souls and children of God possessing spiritual dominion, no good thing is beyond our reach, here and now. Let us not waste time in lamenting the past, but let us draw from the present and the future the splendid realization of our heart's desires. Are we burdened with remorse for past faults? Let us remember that this, unlike repentance, is nothing more than a form of spiritual pride. To rejoice in it, as some do, is to betray the love and mercy of God, who says, "Behold now the day of salvation. Behold how I do new things." In this beatitude, Jesus advises us not to be discouraged if we do not immediately obtain victory, if our progress seems slow. On the other hand, if we do not make any progress, it is surely because we are not praying well, and it is up to us to discover the cause by examining our life and asking for wisdom and direction from above. Indeed, we must constantly ask God to enlighten and guide us, and to pour out upon us the life-giving power of the Holy Spirit, so that the efficacy of our prayer, our prosperity, may increase from day to day. But if we see some progress, if things are improving even if slowly, there is no reason for us to feel discouraged. It is only necessary that we should strive resolutely, and that our attempts should be sincere. It is impossible for a man to persevere in seeking truth and righteousness wholeheartedly, without being crowned with success. God is not false and does not mock his children. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Here is a concise summary of the law of life, which Jesus develops further in the sermon, Matthew chapter 7 verses 1 to 5. This beatitude does not require much commentary, because the words employed carry the usual meaning given to them today in daily life, and the phrase is as clear and obvious in its meaning as the law expressed is simple and uncompromising in its action. The point that needs to be borne in mind by a Christian Scientist who wants to apply his religion scientifically is that, as always, the vital application of the principle formulated in this beatitude has to be made in the field of thought. What matters in essence is that we be mentally merciful. Good deeds, if accompanied by unkind thoughts, are pure hypocrisy, dictated by fear or the desire for vainglory, or some such motive. They are counterfeits that are of no benefit to the giver or the receiver. On the other hand, a good thought toward our neighbor blesses him spiritually, mentally and materially, and blesses us at the same time. Let us be merciful in judging our neighbor, for the truth is that we are all one, and the greater his error appears to be, the greater is our duty to help him with the right thought, thus enabling him to free himself. As soon as we realize the power of spiritual thought, the Christ truth, we acquire a responsibility which others have not, and which we cannot evade. When we have evidence of our neighbor's fault, let us remember that the Christ in him cries for help from us who are enlightened, so let us be merciful. For in truth and in reality we are all one. We are part of the living mantle of God. The same treatment we give to others today we shall sooner or later receive. We shall likewise receive the same mercy at the time we need it from those who are further along the path than we are. Above all, there is one truth, and that is that, by freeing others from the weight of our condemnation, we make it possible to absolve ourselves. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. This is another of those wonderful precepts in which the Bible is so rich. The whole philosophy of religion is found here, summed up in a few words. As is customary in the Scriptures, the words are used in a technical sense and embrace a much broader idea than they do in everyday life. Let us begin by considering the promise made to us in this beatitude. Nothing less than to see God. Now, we know, of course, that God has no bodily form, and therefore the matter does not consist in seeing Him as we physically see with our eyes a fellow human being or an object. If we could see God in this way, He would be limited, and therefore would no longer be God. Seeing here refers to spiritual perception, that capacity to conceive the true nature of God, which we unfortunately lack. We live in God's universe, but we do not know in any way what it is really like. Heaven is not a distant place in the firmament, but is surrounding us right now. But because we lack spiritual perception, we cannot recognize it, or, to put it another way, we cannot experience it. And that is the sense in which we can understand that we are denied entrance to heaven. We are in contact with a very small fragment of that heaven which we call the universe. But even that small fragment we see as mostly twisted. Heaven is the religious name for the presence of God. Heaven is infinite, but our way of seeing things leads us to interpret it in terms of a three-dimensional world. Heaven is eternity, but the experience we have here comes to our knowledge in series, in a sequence we call time, which never allows us to understand an experience in its totality. God is the divine Spirit, and in that Spirit, there are no limitations or restrictions of any kind. However, we see all things distributed in what we call space, i.e., they are spaced out. This gives rise to an artificial restriction which constantly hinders the regrouping of the events of our experience, which creative thought requires. Heaven is the realm of spirit, pure substance. There is no old age, no decay, no discord. It is the realm of the eternal good. And yet in our eyes, everything is aging, decaying, deteriorating, flowering to wither, being born to die. We resemble a color-blind man standing in a garden surrounded by beautiful flowers. All around him are glorious colors, but he does not perceive them. He is not aware of them. For him, everything is black or white or gray. If we suppose that he also lacks the sense of smell, we will understand that he cannot appreciate more than an infinitesimal part of the magnificence of that garden. Nevertheless, all that radiance is before him and is for him, but he is not able to perceive it. This limitation is known in theology as the fall of man, and consists in having a tendency to exercise his will in opposition to the will of God. God made man whole, but he has brought many limitations upon himself. Our task is to overcome those limitations as quickly as possible, until we come to know things as they really are. This is what is meant by the words, to see God, and to see Him face to face. To see God is to understand truth, an experience that brings infinite freedom and perfect happiness. In this wonderful beatitude, Jesus tells us exactly how this supreme task is to be accomplished, and who are the ones who will carry it out. The pure in heart. Here again it should be noted that the words pure and purity have a much broader meaning than is commonly attributed to them. Purity in the Bible means much more than physical cleanliness, however important that may be. In the fullest sense, it consists in the recognition of God as the only true cause and the only true power that exists. It is what is elsewhere called the simple I, and is nothing less than the secret by means of which we can escape all sickness, misfortune, or limitation, in short, the fall of man. Thus we might well paraphrase this beatitude more or less thus. Blessed are those who acknowledge God as the only true cause, the only true presence, and the only real power, not in a theoretical or formal way, but in practice, that is, with words and actions, and not merely in a part of their life, but in every corner of life and spirit, having no reserve with God, but harmonizing their will even in the minutest details with His will, for they will overcome all limitations of space, time, and matter, as well as the frailties of the camel mind, and they will be conscious and enjoy forever the presence of God. We may notice how crude each paraphrase of biblical truth is compared to the conciseness and grace of the Holy Book. But it is well for each person to paraphrase from time to time the more familiar texts of Scripture, for this will help him to understand exactly what meaning he is attributing to them. This will also serve to highlight some profound meaning that has been overlooked. Let us note that Jesus speaks of the pure in heart. The word heart in the Bible generally indicates what modern psychologists call the subconscious mind. This is of extreme importance, for it is not enough for us to accept truth with the conscious mind alone. In such a case, our acceptance is no more than an opinion. Only when accepted by the subconscious mind, and thus assimilated by the whole mentality, can truth reform the character and transform the life. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Keep thy heart with diligence, for out of it flow the springs of life. Many people, especially those who consider themselves educated, possess a wealth of knowledge that fails to change or improve their lives. Doctors know all about hygiene, but often live in an unhygienic manner. Philosophers who are aware of the human wisdom treasured through the centuries continue to conduct themselves in a foolish and absurd manner. Consequently, both have frustrated and unhappy lives. The reason for this is that their knowledge is simply opinion, erudition accumulated in the mind. In order for knowledge to change us, it must be incorporated into our subconscious mind. That is, it must penetrate to the depths of our heart. Modern psychologists are right in trying to re-educate the subconscious mind. Although so far they have not found a sure method to do so, that method is none other than scientific prayer, that is, the practice of the presence of God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. We receive here a priceless practical lesson on the art of prayer, and prayer, let us remember, is the only way to renew our communion with God. At first glance, this beatitude may pass for a merely conventional religious generalization, and even for one of those sententious platitudes used by those who want to impress their listeners by having nothing original to say. To tell the truth, prayer is the only complete action in the most exact sense of the word, because it is the only thing capable of changing the character. A change in character or spirit is a real change. When such a change takes place, the subject becomes different, and for the rest of his life he conducts himself differently. In other words, he is no longer the same person as before. The degree of difference may be almost imperceptible each time we pray, yet, though small, it takes place, for it is impossible to pray without becoming different in some degree. If we could become fully conscious of the presence of God, a radical and dramatic change would be wrought in our character in the twinkling of an eye, transforming our way of thinking, our habits, our whole life. History records numerous examples of this kind, both in the East and in the West. The so-called conversions are authentic facts that clearly exemplify this. So radical is the change that results from prayer that Jesus calls it being born again. Indeed, since the person becomes another being, it is the same as being born again. The word prayer includes every form of communion with God, as well as every effort directed to that end, whether vocal or purely mental. Prayer can also be affirmation or invocation, each being good in its own place. It can also be meditation, and the highest of all forms of prayer, which is contemplation. If we are not accustomed to pray, all we can do is to express our personality as it is in whatever circumstances of life we find ourselves. To such an extent is this true that most people who know us could tell beforehand how we would react in the presence of any difficulty or crisis. But prayer, by changing our character, makes possible a new reaction. When prayer is effective, the presence of God is realized in us, which is the secret of our healing and the healing of others also. Likewise, we obtain that inspiration which is the life of the soul and the cause of our spiritual development. But for this presence of God to be a fact in us, and our prayers to be efficacious, it is necessary that we attain a certain degree of true peace of mind. This inner peace has been called serenity by the mystics, and they never tire of repeating to us that serenity is the great vehicle of the presence of God. The smooth sea like a mirror that surrounds the great white throne. This is not to say that without serenity, even the greatest difficulties cannot be overcome through prayer, for of course they can. Indeed, the greater our problems are, the less serenity we can have, and serenity itself is only obtained by prayer and by the action of forgiving others and oneself. But we must have the serenity to advance in the kingdom of the Spirit, that tranquility of soul to which Jesus refers with the word peace, a peace that surpasses human understanding. The peacemakers spoken of in this beatitude are those who realize this true peace or serenity in their own souls, for it is they who overcome difficulties and limitations and become not only potentially, but truly, the children of God. This condition of spirit is the main objective of all the instructions Jesus gives us in the Sermon on the Mount and elsewhere. Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. Do not let your hearts be troubled or intimidated. When there is fear or resentment or some restlessness in our heart, that is, while we lack serenity or peace, it is not possible for us to accomplish much. In order to achieve concentration of the spirit, a certain degree of serenity is necessary. Of course, to be peaceful in the ordinary sense as one who is engaged in putting an end to the quarrels of others is undoubtedly an excellent thing. But as anyone who is endowed with practical sense knows, it is a rather difficult role to play. When one interferes in other people's quarrels, things generally get worse instead of better. As a rule, it is our personal opinion that guides us, and it is rare that a personal opinion is not unjust. If we succeed in getting the adversaries to re-examine the causes of the quarrel from another point of view, our efforts will not have been useless. But, on the other hand, if we only work out a middle ground to which they consent from motives of self-interest or compulsion, then the reconciliation will be but superficial, there being in that case no real peace, because both do not thus feel content and indulgent. Once we understand the power of prayer, we will be able to heal many disputes definitively, sometimes without uttering a word. Silently thinking of the love and wisdom of the Almighty is enough to imperceptibly dissipate the reasons for disputes. Then, the best solution for all, whatever it may be, will be effected by the silent power of the Word. Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are you when they revile you and persecute you, and say all kinds of evil against you for my sake, lying. Rejoice and be glad, for your mercy is great in heaven, for so persecuted they the prophets which were before you. As we have seen, the essential character of Jesus' teaching is that God's will for us is harmony, peace, and joy, that such things can become reality for us by cultivating a just and righteous way of thinking is a phrase that strikes us. Jesus constantly tells us that it is our Father's will that we give His kingdom, and that to merit righteousness we must cultivate serenity, inner peace. He declares that the peaceful ones who fulfill this will prayerfully acquire prosperity, will inherit the earth, will see God, and their mourning will be transformed into joy. Nevertheless, we learn here that those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake are blessed, for thereby they will triumph, that to be reviled and denounced is a cause of joy and happiness, and that the prophets and the great enlightened ones also suffered these things. All this is undoubtedly astonishing and at the same time perfectly correct. Only let us understand one thing: that the origin of all this persecution is none other than ourselves. There is no persecutor outside ourselves. Whenever we find it difficult to do what is just or to think righteously, Whenever we are tempted to regard a certain situation or person, or even ourselves, as unjust, whenever we are inclined to give way to anger or to despair, then we are persecuted for the sake of justice, which happens to be a blessed and blessed condition. All spiritual treatment or scientific prayer involves a struggle with the lower self, which prefers the old way of thinking, and rises up and insults us, so to speak dramatically, in the Oriental way. All the great prophets and enlightened ones of the human species, who finally achieved victory, did so after a series of battles with themselves, when their lower nature, the old Adam, persecuted them. Jesus himself, tempted in all things like as we are, had to face this persecution more than once, especially in the Garden of Gethsemane, and for a few minutes on the cross itself. Now, since these battles with our lower nature have to take place sooner or later, it will be better to fight and win as soon as possible, so that these persecutions turn out to be, relatively speaking, divine blessings. Let us note that in reality there is no virtue or benefit even in the mere fact that others annoy or persecute us. Absolutely nothing comes into our experience unless there is something in us that attracts it. Therefore, if discomfort or difficulty befalls us, it is doubtless because something in our mind needs to be examined and cleared up, for we always see things as we are able to conceive them. Here is a grave danger for the weak, the vain, and the presumptuous. If others do not treat them as they would like to be treated, or if they do not receive the respect and consideration they believe they should be accorded, although they probably do not deserve it, they are often inclined to believe that they are persecuted because of their spiritual superiority, and they incur the absurdity of putting on airs of grandeur on that account. This is a pathetic illusion. According to the great law of life, of which the entire Sermon on the Mount is an exposition, we can only receive through our existence what is due to us at any given moment, and no one can prevent us from getting what is due to us. For this reason, all persecution or frustration comes absolutely from within. Although there is a sentimental tradition to which it is linked, martyrdom does not entail any virtue in itself. If the martyr had a sufficient understanding of truth, it would not be necessary for him to suffer such an experience. Jesus was not a martyr. He could have escaped at any time had he wished to avoid crucifixion, but it was necessary that someone should triumph over death, and for that reason he consented to die. He wished, deliberately, and in his own way, to accomplish for us a premeditated work beforehand, and not precisely a martyrdom. Far be it from us to belittle the illustrious courage and heroic abnegation of the martyrs of all centuries, but we must remember that if they had had a thorough understanding, they would not have arrived at the fact of martyrdom. To hold martyrdom as a supreme good, as many did, is to tempt fate, because it attracts everything on which attention is focused, even admiring them because of the spiritual elevation they attained. We know that if the martyrs had loved their enemies enough, that is, loved them in the scientific sense of the word, recognizing in them the truth, then their Roman persecutors, even Nero himself, would have opened the doors of their prisons, and the fanatics of the Inquisition would have reconsidered their cause. Chapter 3: How a Man Thinks. You are the salt of the earth, but if the salt is spoiled, with what will it be salted? It is good for nothing, but to throw it away and to be trodden by men. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden, nor can a lamp be lighted and placed under a bushel basket, but on a lampstand, that it may give light to all who are in the house. So let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven. Matthew v. 13-16. In this wonderful passage, Jesus is addressing those who have come to understand the bondage of material things and gained some understanding of the nature of being. That is, he is speaking to those who recognize the omnipotence of God or good and the impotence of evil in the presence of truth. Such persons he calls the salt of the earth and the light of the world. And this is certainly not too much extolling of those who understand truth and manifest it in their personal lives. It is possible, and indeed it is all too easy, to accept the truth of these fundamental principles, to proclaim their beauty, and yet not to put them into practice in one's own life. But this is a dangerous attitude, for in such a case the salt has lost its savor and is no good. If we understand and accept what Jesus teaches, if we strive to realize it in every phase of our daily life, if we systematically try to destroy in ourselves all that which we know should not be there, i.e., self-love, pride, vanity, sensuality, presumption, suspicion, self-pity, including here also resentment, condemnation, etc., if we do not nourish these defects by yielding to them, but let them die by refusing to let them take expression, if we cultivate with all loyalty a right thinking towards all persons or things within our reach, and especially towards persons we do not like and things we do not like, it is then that we are worthy to be called the salt of the earth. If we truly live this life, the circumstances that surround us at present are of no importance. Whatever difficulties we may have to struggle with, they will be overcome, and the truth of our doctrine will have its demonstration. And not only will we make this demonstration in the shortest possible time, but we shall be able positively and literally to exert a luminous and healing influence around us, and be a blessing to all mankind. Moreover, we shall do good to men and women in remote places and times, to people who have never heard or will never hear of us. We shall thus be the light of the world, surprising and wonderful as it may seem. The state of our soul manifests itself through the outer conditions of our material life and in the intangible influence we radiate. There is a cosmic law that nothing can permanently deny its own nature. Emerson said, "What you are cries out with a voice so loud that I cannot hear what you are saying." In the Bible, the word city always symbolizes consciousness, and the word mountain symbolizes prayer or spiritual activity. I lift up mine eyes unto the mountains, from whence my help shall come. Psalms 121:1. Unless the Lord watches over the city, his watchmen keep watch in vain. Psalms 127:1. The soul that is developing and being built up in prayer cannot be hidden. It shines splendidly through the life it lives. It speaks of itself but in deep silence, and accomplishes its best works unconsciously. Her presence alone effortlessly heals and blesses all that surrounds her. We should never try to impose spiritual truth upon others. Rather, let us live in such a way that they will be so impressed by our conduct, by the peace and happiness which illumine our countenance, that they will spontaneously come to us and ask us to share with them the wonderful thing we possess. The soul that lives in this way dwells in the city of gold, the city of God. Mount 5.16. Think not that I am come to abolish the law or the prophets. I am not come to abolish but to fulfill it. Mount 5.16. For verily I say unto you, that heaven and earth shall pass away sooner than one jot or one tittle of the law pass away, till all be fulfilled. If any man therefore shall transgress any of these least precepts, and shall teach men so, he shall be accounted very little in the kingdom of heaven. But he that doth and teacheth, the same shall be accounted great in the kingdom of heaven. For I say unto you, except your righteousness shall exceed the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, ye shall in no wise enter into the kingdom of heaven. Matthew v:20. True Christianity is a wholly positive influence. It enlarges and enriches the life of man, makes it broader and better, never meaner. The knowledge of truth cannot entail upon us the loss of anything worth possessing. Sacrifices come no doubt, but the things we must sacrifice are those whose possession makes us unhappy, not those that bring us happiness. Many people have the idea that a better understanding of God requires the renunciation of many things they would be sorry to lose. Said one young woman, "I will rely on religion later, or when I am old, but now I want to enjoy a little." This is confusing the issue. The things one has to sacrifice are selfishness, fear, and the idea that limitation is necessary. One thing above all has to be sacrificed: the belief that evil has any resistance or power apart from that which we ourselves grant it by believing in it. Approaching God would not have caused that young woman any loss of happiness. On the contrary, she would have gained an immense wealth of happiness. It is true that, as her soul grew in development, she would have found that certain forms of pleasure no longer gave her satisfaction. But if this had happened, he would also have found a far more valuable compensation in the new light that would illuminate every phase of his life, and in the new and wonderful aspects he would see in the things around him. It is only the worthless things that must disappear under the action of truth. On the other hand, it would be utterly foolish for a person to believe that the knowledge of the truth of being would place him above the moral law, authorizing him to break it. In such a case, he would soon discover that he had made a fatal mistake. The greater our spiritual knowledge, the more severe is the punishment we incur if we violate the moral law. The Christian cannot afford to be more careless than others in the rigorous observance of the whole moral code. On the contrary, he must be much more careful than other people. Indeed, all true spiritual development is necessarily accompanied by definite moral progress. A theoretical acceptance of the letter of truth may be accompanied by moral carelessness, to the grave peril of the delinquent, but it is quite impossible to progress spiritually unless one sincerely tries to live according to the moral law. It is in no way possible to separate true spiritual knowledge from the just and morally sound conduct that corresponds to it. A jot, the Greek jot, means hod, the smallest letter of the Hebrew alphabet. The tilde, similar to a little horn, is one of those small prominences that distinguish one Hebrew letter from another. This means that we should not only live according to the letter of the moral law, but also in the smallest details. We must show ourselves not only according to ordinary moral standards, but also according to the highest concept of honor. The scribes and Pharisees, in spite of their faults, were for the most part honorable men, who obeyed in their private lives the moral law as they understood it. Unfortunately, they knew only the letter of the law to which they scrupulously conformed, fulfilling their duty as they conceived it. Their defects consisted in the fatal weakness that arises wherever there is religious formalism, spiritual pride and presumption of their own righteousness. They were completely unconscious of such defects, believing themselves to be right in everything, which is the deadly illusion of these diseases of the soul. Jesus understood this and gave it its place. Hence, he warned his followers that unless their conduct was as good as that of those people, and even better, they should by no means suppose that they were progressing on the spiritual path. Spiritual development and the highest level of conduct must go together. There cannot be one without the other. As we grow in spiritual power and understanding, we find that many rules governing the outward aspect of conduct become entirely unnecessary. But this is because we have risen above them. Never because we have fallen below their level. To reach this point where the realization of truth permits the bypassing of certain outward requirements and ordinances is to reach the spiritual majority of age. As soon as one ceases to be spiritually a child, he ceases to need some of those external observances which formerly seemed indispensable. Our life then becomes purer, truer, freer, and less selfish than it was before, and that is the proof. To give a simple example, some people find that, at a certain stage of their progress, their mental processes reach such a degree of method and clarity that they can do their daily work, fulfill their engagements, and perform their duties without the need of a watch. At the same time, it happens that a friend, knowing this, and wishing to emulate them, leaves his watch at home and happens to be late for his appointments, thus upsetting all the occupations of the day, both to himself and others. When the disciple is spiritually ready to go without the use of a watch, he will do everything in his own time without having to consult it. If, on the other hand, he has to exert himself to go without a watch, and then is late for the appointments of the day, it is evident that he has not yet attained the necessary spiritual power. He had better take it and work on his time, and devote himself to things that really matter, such as healing himself and others, overcoming sin, striving for understanding and wisdom, and so on. The time when spiritual coming of age is reached cannot be rushed or forced. It has to come in due time when the consciousness is ready, just as the blossoming of a bulb is subject to the natural evolution of the plant. We have to show where we are. Pretending to show ourselves beyond where we truly are is not proof of spirituality. Spiritual progress is a matter of development, which should not be unwisely hurried. Let us eagerly turn our attention to spiritual things, and in the meantime, let us do all that needs to be done simply, and without consciously trying to rush. We shall be surprised to find how rapid our progress is. Let us take a simple example. Suppose an accident has occurred in the street, and we meet a man who has cut an artery and is gushing blood. The natural thing will be that, if the bleeding is not stopped, the victim will die within a few minutes. What should we do? What mental attitude should we assume? The answer is very simple. We must turn the other cheek, knowing the truth of God's omnipresence. If we see this clearly enough, as Jesus would, for example, the severed artery will be healed at once, and nothing more needs to be done. It is very likely, however, that most of us have not reached a sufficient spiritual development to obtain such results. So, showing where we are, we must take the usual measures to save the man's life by improvising a tourniquet. Or suppose also that a child falls into a canal as we pass by. If we have sufficient spiritual power, the child will be safe and sound, but if not, then we shall have to save him in the best possible way, immersing ourselves if necessary, praying at the same time. But what shall we say of the man who, conscious of his moral imperfections, perhaps a grave habitual sin, sincerely desires to develop himself spiritually? Shall he postpone the pursuit of spiritual knowledge until his conduct is reformed? Not at all. In fact, any effort to improve morally without prior spiritual development is in advance spoiled. Just as no man, to use Lincoln's phrase, can lift himself off the ground by pulling on his bootstraps, neither can a sinner reform by his own personal efforts. The only result of trusting to himself in such cases will be repeated failure, consequent discouragement, and probably, at last, despair that he cannot improve. The only thing for a person to do is to pray systematically, especially at the time of temptation, and to leave the responsibility for success to God. In this way he should persevere, no matter how many failures come. And if he continues to pray, especially praying in a scientific manner, he will soon find that indeed the power of evil has been broken, and that he himself is now free from that sin. To pray scientifically is to affirm insistently that God helps us, that temptation has no power over us, and that man is, according to his true nature, spiritual and perfect. This method is much more effective than simply asking for God's help. In this way, moral regeneration and spiritual development take place simultaneously. The Christian life does not require us to possess perfection of character. If it did, who among us would be qualified to live it? What is required is an honest and genuine effort to come as close as possible to such perfection. You have heard that it was said to those of old, "Thou shalt not kill. Whosoever shall kill shall be liable to judgment." But I say unto you, that whosoever is angry with his brother shall be in danger of the judgment. And whosoever shall say to his brother, Raca, shall be in danger of the Sanhedrin. And whosoever shall say, Madman, shall be in danger of the Gehenna of fire. So if you go to present an offering before the altar, and there remember that your brother has something against you, leave your offering there before the altar. Leave there your offering before the altar. Go first to be reconciled to your brother, and then present your offering again. Matt. v. 21-24. The old law, having to do with a more primitive and lower state of human consciousness, necessarily applied to external things, because the apparent evolution of primitive man operated as he rose from the world of mere appearances into the life of thought, from the external into the internal, whereas all spiritual development is expressed the other way round, from the spirit into the world of appearances, from within outward. The whole attention of primitive man is concentrated on what comes to him through his senses. He believes that he can find in his physical world the cause, as well as the effects. But as he develops spiritually, he comes to understand that outward things are but the result of inward causes and happenings. When this is perceived, the search for God has begun. Thus, the old law, at least in letter, dealt almost exclusively with external matters, and was satisfied if they were fulfilled. If a man did not kill, he obeyed the law, no matter how great his desire to kill, and no matter how intense his hatred for his enemy. As long as he did not appropriate his neighbor's property, the man lived according to the law, no matter how much he might wish to commit theft. Jesus came to prepare mankind to take the most important step of all, namely that of widening our spiritual frontiers. The main object of the Sermon on the Mount, which is the essence of the Christian message, is to show us the necessity of taking this step. It is to teach us that in order to reach the spiritual coming of age, we must not only conform to the external rules, but we must also change our whole inner life. Jesus said that the desire to kill or even to be angry with one's brother is in itself enough to prevent us from entering the kingdom of heaven. And of course, it is so. It was a great step in progress when barbarian and primitive people could be persuaded not only not to kill those who offended or wronged them, but it was also necessary to acquire enough self-control to subdue their anger. No spiritual test can be fulfilled unless anger is destroyed in the heart. It is impossible to have any experience of God or to exercise a spiritual influence worthy of attention or to affect the healing of the sick until one gets rid of resentment and condemnation of one's neighbor. As long as we are not ready to get rid of these evil feelings, the result of our prayers will be of very little value. There can be no doubt that the more love there is in the heart, the more power the prayers will have. That is why those who aim at success in the path of spiritual development tend to strive constantly to remove from their spirit all thoughts of criticism and condemnation. They know that they have a choice between trial or indignation, but never both at once, and they do not waste their time trying to accomplish the impossible. Indignation, resentment, the desire to punish others or to see them punished, the desire to say to oneself, "He has been paid in kind," the feeling it serves him right, all these things form an impenetrable barrier to spiritual action. Jesus, using symbols in the Oriental manner, tells us that if we come with a gift to the altar and we remember that our brother has some resentment against us, we should deposit our gift there and go to reconcile with our brother first, after which the gift will be acceptable. As we know, it was customary to bring to the temple offerings of various kinds from bulls and cows to doves, and also incense or, if convenient, an offering in money of the same value as these things. Now, according to the new law or Christian dispensation, our altar is our own conscience, and our offerings are our prayers and our spiritual exercises. Our sacrifices are the evil thoughts that we destroy in the spiritual fire. And that is why Jesus tells us that when we go to pray, if we remember that we have a vengeful feeling against one of our neighbors or against a certain group, we should stop there, reflect and meditate until we get rid of this enemy feeling and restore our spiritual integrity. Jesus develops this great lesson, again according to the Oriental way, by successive steps 3 in this case. First, he says that he who is angry with his brother runs a great risk. Next, he expresses that the man who keeps in himself a vengeful feeling against his neighbor is in grave danger. And finally, he warns us that if we allow ourselves to consider our brother a fringe outside the limits of acceptable conduct, and to say so, we thus close the door of the kingdom of heaven to ourselves as long as we remain in that state of mind. And finally, he warns us that to call a man mad in such a sense is tantamount to expecting no good from him. that is, to deny in a human being the power of the living Christ, and very serious consequences will surely follow from such an attitude. Show yourself conciliatory to your adversary as you go with him on the road, lest he hand you over to the judge, and the judge to the bailiff, and you be put in prison. Verily I say unto thee, thou shalt not come out thence, till thou hast paid the last penny. Matthew v. 25-26. This paragraph is of the greatest practical importance. In it Jesus insists on his commandment, watch and pray. It is much easier to overcome a difficulty that has just arisen than to wait until it has time to take root in the mind, until it becomes deeply rooted. Soldiers know that as long as enemy troops march in the open, it is relatively easy to defeat and destroy them. But once entrenched, their defeat becomes very difficult. So it is with evil. The moment it presents itself to our attention, we must reject it, repudiate it, deny it a place in us, and, calmly affirming the truth, give it no opportunity to gain a foothold. If we do this, we shall find that it will have no power over us. This method will involve a great mental struggle, and the enemy may for a moment seem to gain ground. But, provided we attack him at first, we shall suddenly see him disappear, and we shall be victorious. Otherwise, by accepting an error and thinking about it, we incorporate it into the mind, and as long as we persist in such an attitude, the more difficult it will be to get rid of it. Most of us have proven the truth of this statement after a painful experience. Once we have learned to pray scientifically, we find it relatively easy to overcome new difficulties as they arise, but those which have been lodged in the mind for a long time are difficult to expel. Whenever Jesus wished to emphasize to his hearers a point of special importance, he was accustomed to make use of some example taken from daily life. The laws then in force concerning debtors were extremely severe. When a man was in debt, it was important for him to settle with his creditor in one way or another, and as soon as possible. Even today it is desirable that the case should not go to court if useless expenses are to be avoided. The longer the process lasts, the more its cost increases. Lawyers' fees, court taxes, and other miscellaneous expenses in addition to the original debt. So it is with the various difficulties we encounter in our daily lives. The initial difficulty is often multiplied many times by our erroneous thoughts about it, and we will not be released until the debt has been paid. On the other hand, by first agreeing with the adversary, that is, by applying right thinking to the case, we will not add expense to the debt, and the difficulty will be easily overcome. Let us take a familiar example. We are sneezing. If we say, "I have caught another cold," and continue, as many people do, to think that we have caught a cold with all the attendant inconveniences, we are giving the incipient cold a breeding ground in which to develop. And who has not sometimes indulged in a series of reflections on illnesses in general and colds in particular? One tries to determine the exact time when one caught a cold, and decides with some satisfaction that this cold is probably the result of sitting near an open window on Tuesday, or staying with a friend who had a cold on Wednesday, and so on. He then remembers various so-called remedies, which, however, have repeatedly proved ineffective. He begins to wonder how long this new cold will last. Supposing that 10 days or a fortnight will be its proper duration. In certain cases, having acquired the habit of attributing certain complications to them, he decides that a bronchitis, or a general deafness, or an upset stomach, or anything else may result. As we have seen, this is the exact order in which all these things occur, and as a natural consequence, it happens that in the same predicted order the symptoms are seen. If such a person has any general knowledge of truth, after thinking in that way for a time, he will begin to apply the spiritual treatment to the best of his ability. But the error has already taken on too much body, because it has allowed him to become entrenched, and it will then be very difficult for him to get rid of his cold. On the other hand, if, when sneezing or shivering, he had at once rejected the idea of catching cold. Reclaiming his power and affirming the truth, it would have put an end to the case, or at least the discomfort would have passed away within a few hours. The same rule applies to any other form of mental error. Family difficulties as well as business difficulties, or anything of daily life, should be treated alike. Suppose that on a certain day, on opening the letters in the morning mail, we find bad financial news. Let us say, for example, that the bank where we deposit most of our money has failed. The general attitude in such cases is to accept the worst and dwell on the bad news. In such a situation, many people would become completely saturated with the idea of bankruptcy, thinking about it day and night, and discussing all the details, and going over the various difficulties that may ensue. Moreover, they would feel in many cases a keen resentment and condemnation towards the bank executives and all those who might be to blame. But even a rudimentary knowledge of the power of thought enables us to perceive the inevitable results of this mental attitude. We know that it can only increase and multiply our difficulties. Naturally, in such a case, every sincere disciple of Jesus Christ would begin, sooner or later, to reject in his mind such negative thoughts and replace them with what he is learning, the divine law. It may be, however, that surprised by the haste and gravity of the event, it may be some time before he begins to see the problem in the light of truth, and it is this delay that will greatly complicate the difficulty. According to Jesus, the proper thing to do in receiving bad news is to turn to God, the true support, to refuse to accept the thoughts of loss and danger, and all that have to do with resentment and fear. If this is done with persistence until peace of mind is restored, you will soon find yourself out of danger, one way or another. The misfortune will vanish, and order will be restored. The bank will recover its credit, and there is no reason why the prayer of a single person should not save from ruin the fortunes of thousands and the bank itself. But, if for any cause this does not happen, he will receive a sum equal to or greater than that which he lost, and perhaps in a manner wholly unforeseen. This same principle can be applied equally to all difficulties, for universal harmony is the true law of creation. A dispute, a quarrel, or a wrong of any kind must be dealt with equally at the very moment it arises. Ye have heard that it was said, Thou shalt not commit adultery. But I say unto you, that whosoever looketh on a woman lusting after her, hath committed adultery with her already in his heart. Matthew v. 27-28. In this unforgettable paragraph, Jesus gives emphasis to the magisterial truth, so markedly fundamental, although ignored by men, that what really matters is the thought. Humans have always been accustomed to believe that as long as acts conform to the law, all that could reasonably be expected of them has been done, and that thoughts and feelings are of little importance, or at least do not matter, except to the individual. But now we know not only that an act is the consequence of a thought, but also that the kind of thoughts we allow to become habituated in our minds will, sooner or later, find expression on the plane of action. We now understand, in the light of the Bible, that our thoughts are really acts, and that our behavior depends exclusively on the mental selection we make of our thoughts. In other words, we have learned that an evil thought is as destructive as an evil act. The logical consequence of this true fact is striking. If we covet a neighbor's goods, we are at heart thieves, even though we have not yet put our hand in the drawer. And if we continue to hold a covetous thought in our minds, it will only be a matter of time before we commit the theft. If we indulge in a feeling of hatred, we are really murderers, though our hands have not yet moved to kill. He who even only mentally commits adultery is corrupting his soul, even though his thought never expresses itself on the physical plane. Lust, suspicion, desire for revenge cannot exist in us unless we accept them in the soul, and in that acceptance lies the malignity of sin, even though such feelings have not yet been translated into outward acts. Keep thy heart with all caution, for out of it flow springs of life. Prov 4:23 chapter 4 Resist not evil, if therefore thy right eye offend thee, pluck it out and cast it from thee, for it is better for thee that one of thy members perish, than that thy whole body be cast into hell. And if thy right hand offend thee, cut it off, and cast it from thee, for it is profitable for thee that one of thy members should perish, rather than that thy whole body should be cast into hell. Matthew v. 27-31. The integrity of the soul is the only thing that matters. There is no other problem to solve and no other need to satisfy but that one. Because having it, one has everything, and that is why Jesus constantly strives to make us understand the overwhelming importance of this profound truth, and to teach us how we can realize it. He insists that no sacrifice is too great if it ensures the integrity of the soul. Absolutely everything that hinders it must be abandoned. Whatever it costs, whatever it entails, the integrity of the soul must be preserved, because all other things, thoughts, conduct, health, prosperity, life itself, depend upon it. Better to sacrifice the right eye itself, he says, or to amputate the right hand if necessary, so that the soul may attain the clarity of understanding without which there is no salvation. Everything that opposes our communion with God must disappear. A sin, an old grudge still unforgiven, greed for material things, whatever it is necessary to get rid of it. Such things, however, are so evident that the transgressor cannot but discover them. But there are others, on the other hand, more subtle, such as egocentrism, feeling upright in one's own estimation, spiritual pride, and so on, which are very difficult to perceive and exorcise. But it must be done. Sometimes it happens that the exercise of a certain profession, or the company of certain people, or being a member of a certain group is what impedes our path. In that case we must not hesitate either. The price must be paid. It has also been said, "He who repudiates his wife, give her a libel of repudiation." But I say to you that whoever divorces his wife, except in the case of fornication, exposes her to adultery, and whoever marries her who is divorced commits adultery. Matthew v. 31-32. At the time when Jesus taught, the Hebrew law granted divorce for insignificant reasons. Married people who were not living harmoniously were willing to flee the problem by obtaining a dissolution and trying their fortune with another person. But no permanent happiness can be obtained in this way. As long as we run away from a problem, we will continue to encounter it in a new guise at every turn of the road. The scientific solution is to meet the difficulty where it appears, by spiritual action or scientific prayer. This applies to marital problems as much as to others, if not more so, as no one is perfect, and both the complainant and the offender each have their faults. Both should strive, if possible, to restore harmony. If the one who believes himself offended does all he can to see in the other the spiritual truth, it is almost certain that a happy solution will result. I could cite several examples. A woman who had adopted this mental attitude toward her husband said after some months, "The man I was going to divorce is gone, and the man I married is back. Now we are completely happy again." If a person changes from one vocation to another, or from one way of life to another without affecting a change in himself, he will find himself each time in more or less the same conditions. In the same way, those who divorce easily by remarrying again always end up as unhappy as they started out. Marriage problems, like any other kind of difficulties, should be solved when they arise by means of scientific prayer. However, there is a limit to what a man or woman can endure in marriage, and in exceptional cases dissolution is the lesser evil. But this should only be resorted to in the last extremity. We know that Jesus always refrained from formulating ironclad rules for the details of our conduct, persuaded that if we obey his principles, our actions will follow accordingly. And we can be sure that, with his eminently realistic and practical way of dealing with human problems, he would have found in each particular case the wise and merciful solution. Thus it was that, in spite of the Scriptures, he forgave the adulterous woman and sent her away in peace, even though, according to the law of Moses still in force at that time, she should have been stoned. All those who are in doubt about how to act in a situation like this, whatever the circumstances, have at hand a simple remedy: the scientific prayer. They should mentally affirm that divine wisdom is enlightening and directing them in their actions, and avoid definite steps until they have found in their own conscience the precise guidance. This same rule applies to all situations in life. Let us not hastily resort to divorce or try at once to amputate the bad. Let us rather allow the difficulty to dissolve until it disappears completely in our spiritual action. So did the woman who said that the man she married had returned, and she considered her demonstration to be perfect. You have also heard that it was said to those of old, "You shall not perjure yourself, but rather you shall keep your oaths to the Lord." But I say unto you, swear not at all, neither by heaven, for it is the throne of God, nor by the earth, for it is the footstool of his feet, nor by Jerusalem, for it is the city of the great King. Neither by thy head shalt thou swear, for it is not in thee to turn one of thy hairs white or black. Let your word be yea, yea, nay, nay. Whatsoever passeth from this, it proceedeth from evil. Matthew v. 23-27. Swear not is one of the cardinal points that Jesus teaches. It means, briefly, that we should not make vows, that we should not mortgage the future beforehand. Do not promise to do or not to do something tomorrow, or next year, or 30 years from now. It is foolish to arrange today our conduct or our beliefs for tomorrow. It is a vital part of Jesus' teaching that we must constantly seek God's direct inspiration, and keep ourselves always ready to allow the Holy Spirit to manifest Himself through us. For if we decide beforehand what we are going to do, or believe, or think tomorrow, or next year, or the rest of life, and especially if we make this irrevocable decision by the solemn act of a vow, we are no longer accessible to the action of the Paraclete, but by this act we close the door to Him. If we want to let ourselves be guided by divine wisdom, it is absolutely necessary that we keep our minds open, because very often it happens that the wise attitude does not agree with our personal opinions or feelings of the moment. If by a vow or a promise we have compromised our soul, our freedom is lost, and if we are not free, the action of the divine Spirit cannot be effected. This is, indeed, neither more nor less than the sin against the Holy Spirit of which the Bible speaks, a sin which has so astonished sensitive hearts, and of which there is a general misconception. What is this sin against the Spirit? Such a sin consists in every action that impedes in us the work of the Holy Spirit, everything that intercepts the life-giving and ever-renewing action of God, for that fact is spiritual life itself. The punishment of this error is spiritual stagnation, and since the only remedy in this case is to seek the direct action of the Holy Spirit, and our error consists precisely in preventing that action, the resulting condition is a lamentable vicious circle. It is evident that things cannot change as long as we persist in our error. Hence, in this sense, sin becomes irremissible. That is, it is unforgivable. The problem cannot be solved in any way until the victim is ready to change his attitude. The symptoms of this disease are the paralysis of the soul and the lack of power to rise to truth, symptoms which are often accompanied by a feeling of moral superiority and spiritual pride. Of course, Jesus does not mean that we should not engage in the ordinary business of life, such as renting a house, signing a contract, accepting a partner, or so many other things. Nor does He mean that the ordinary oath required by the courts is inadmissible, for these things facilitate transactions between men and are right and necessary in an organized society. The Sermon on the Mount, as we have seen, is a dissertation on the spiritual life which directs everything. He who understands the spiritual teaching of Jesus and puts it into practice will not be able to fail in an honorable obligation. He will be a good tenant, an honest partner, and a trustworthy witness in court. Many churches still require their ministers, at the time of their ordination, to solemnly promise that they will continue to believe for the rest of their lives in the doctrines of their particular sect, and this occurs at a time in their practice when they are still young, and their minds lack maturity. This is exactly what Jesus wanted to avoid. If a young man prays every day for enlightenment and direction, it is evident that he will not continue to keep the same ideas as he grows older, but will continually expand and correct them. The man he is today will die every day, to be reborn the next day wiser and better. Other religious movements still require their members to accept a certain book of rules and instructions destined to serve them as a perpetual guide. But this is fatal because it automatically prevents the action of the Divine Spirit from taking place. In this respect, certain recently organized churches are as lacking in wisdom as the old ones. Each person must, at every moment, be free to direct the affairs of his soul according to the inspiration received from the Most High. To pray or not to pray this way or that way, to read or not to read certain books, to attend or not to attend church, all this cannot be arbitrarily planned in advance, but must be decided according to the spiritual urgency of the moment. In this same fatal spirit, some spiritual directors forbid their disciples to read religious books other than those of their own church. This is a crime against the very life of the soul, and it is so dreadful that there are no words to describe it. In general, this commandment against the rules applies especially to our prayers. Many people have fabricated rigid molds for the expression of their prayers, but this rigidity infallibly results sooner or later in the destruction of the spiritual life. Some say, "I always begin with the Lord's Prayer, or with a certain psalm or something else." All this should be avoided, because it is always convenient to pray according to the inspiration of the moment, guided by the action of the Holy Spirit. It is spontaneous prayer, the thought that occurs at the very moment, that has sufficient efficacy. A thought given to us in this way has 10 times more power than one we could select beforehand. Let us remember, however, that only inflexible rules are to be avoided. It is good to have some model sentences which can be used when something better does not present itself, and to most beginners such a thing will be necessary for some time. What matters is always to be willing to abandon the rule in order to listen to the Spirit. Sometimes it comes to an extreme where prayers seem to have no result. This is often because the regimented form of prayer has made it a mechanical thing. In such a case, it is necessary to grope for some inspiration, to let oneself be guided by the first thought that comes, or to try to discover the inspiration by opening the Bible at random. This passage of the sermon teaches us, moreover, that we should not endeavor to point out for ourselves certain conditions or circumstances, or particular solutions to our problems. When we have to face some difficulty, we should spiritually ask for harmony and freedom, but not try to determine the exact solution that will take place, or to decide the exact course that things will follow. If one resolves beforehand to obtain a particular thing, he will, if he has a certain type of mentality, be able to achieve it. But from this exercise of free will there results almost inevitably a series of complications. The person will get what he wanted, but then he will deeply regret it. Yes, yes. No, no, represent what we call in scientific prayer the affirmation and the negation, respectively. These are the affirmation of truth and harmony, and the omnipresence of God in reality, and the negation of any power in error and limitation. Ye have heard that it was said, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. But I say unto you, resist not evil, and if any man smite you on the right cheek, turn to him the other also, and whosoever will contend with you, and take away your coat, let him have it also in his cloak. And if any man shall take from you a mile, go with him 2 miles. Give to him who asks you, and do not turn your back on him who wants to borrow something from you. Matthew v. 38-42. Jesus is the most revolutionary of all teachers. He turns things upside down for those who accept his teaching. Once his message is accepted, everything changes in appearance. Nothing goes back to the way it was before. All human values are radically transformed. Those things on which we used to consume a great deal of energy and time then seem not worth owning at all, while others that we overlooked become the only things that matter to us. Compared to Jesus, the rest of history's revolutionaries and reformers have done little more than scratch the surface, tinkering a bit with external and minor details. Jesus, on the other hand, delved to the very root of things. The old law, intended to maintain a certain degree of order, however rudimentary and simple, among a barbaric people, for any law is always better than anarchy, had been based on the well-known phrase, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Whatever harm a man did to another, he would have to suffer it on himself by way of punishment. If he killed another, the law killed him. If he plucked out another man's eye, the officers of justice plucked out their own. In so far as he harmed or injured another, he was doomed to receive in himself identical punishment. And yet such a code was better than none, and was perhaps not bad as a beginning. To barbarous people, incapable of appreciating the abstract idea of justice and of seeing beyond momentary passion, without imagination to realize a punishment that was not obvious, it served, no doubt in most cases, as an effective check to primitive instincts. Then, as time went on and barbarism became civilization, public opinion itself gradually modified this primitive code until it became less rude and brutal than it had been up to that time. Such was the case with regard to public justice. In private life, however, the old code continued to reign in hearts and minds, though no longer translated into acts of extreme violence, and it is no exaggeration to say that its influence has persisted to the present hour. The desire for revenge, to recover our own, to bring things to their level in one way or another when we have been hurt or have suffered injustice or have witnessed things of which we do not approve, still subsists in us and will continue to subsist unless we deliberately destroy it. Revenge, said Bacon, is a savage kind of justice, and the natural man, with his instinctive thirst for justice, for true justice is part of divine harmony, and men at every stage of their development seem to have an intuitive glimmer of that spiritual and divine harmony which lies behind all appearances, feels that the most successful way to restore the broken balance of justice is none other than to pay in kind. But this is precisely the fatal error that lies at the root of all discord, public or private, in this world. It is the direct cause of international wars, of family quarrels and personal quarrels, and as we shall see in the scientific study of the Bible, it is also the cause of many, if not most, of our diseases and other miseries that befall the life of man. But behold, Jesus always exposes to us the reverse side of this situation, namely, that if someone wrongs us, instead of seeking revenge or repaying him with the same coin, we should forgive him and let him go in peace. It does not matter what the provocation is or how many times it has been repeated. We must proceed in this way. We should release him and let him go in peace, because only in this way will we be able to release ourselves, and in this way we will be able to preserve the integrity of our soul. To return evil for evil, to respond to violence with violence and to hatred with hatred, is to enter into a vicious circle in which our life and also that of our brother will be consumed. Hatred does not cease with hatred, said the Light of Asia, enunciating many centuries before this great cosmic truth, and Jesus, the Light of the world, put it in the first place in his teaching because it is the cornerstone of salvation. This doctrine of non-resistance to evil is the great metaphysical secret. To the profane world that cannot understand it, this complete surrender to the aggressor seems like moral suicide. However, in the light revealed in Jesus Christ, it takes on a new aspect, and we see that it actually constitutes an admirable spiritual strategy. When we regard a situation with hostility, we give it the power to rule. When we offer no resistance, we deprive it of power and prestige. As we have seen, Jesus is the supreme metaphysician, and he himself is interested only in the states of consciousness, the thoughts and beliefs that men adopt, because these are the things that matter, the things in which the causal forces reside. He gives no instruction as to the details of conduct or outward actions, and when he speaks of the procedures of justice, of clothing and mantle, of lending or borrowing and turning the other cheek, he is using symbols to describe states of mind, and these words are not to be interpreted in a literal sense. This is not an attempt to evade or avoid commenting on a difficult text. We can never remember too much that if our thinking is right, our conduct cannot be wrong. And on the other hand, any action motivated by external causes can be either wrong or right, because there are no general rules suitable for right conduct. No teacher can say that a certain action will be just at any time, because the set of circumstances of life is too complicated for such a prediction. Anyone with the slightest experience in the world knows, for example, that lending money without discrimination to those who ask for it is not always a wise act, often even unjust to oneself and to those who depend on one. And in many cases, even to the one who receives the borrowed money, it is an evil rather than a good. Let us note that Jesus himself, when he was beaten in Pilate's house, faced his assailants with solemn dignity. The exhortation to turn the other cheek has no more than a symbolic value. It refers to what we should do with our thoughts when we are in the presence of error, and symbolizes the act of opposing to error, not another error, but truth, which usually works as if by magic. When someone is misbehaving in our eyes, if instead of thinking of the fault committed we turn our attention away from the human and fix it on the divine, or on the spiritual reality of the person in question, we shall see how his conduct will immediately change. This is the secret of dealing with people of difficult character, and Jesus had understood this deeply. If those around us are annoyed, we have only to deliberately change our thinking about them, and they will immediately change too. Such is true revenge. This procedure has been tried thousands, perhaps millions of times, and it never fails if applied in good faith. Sometimes it is even amusing to see it work as a mechanism. If someone enters our home, office, or store in a bad mood, let us not counter aggressively or think of running away from the difficulty. On the contrary, let us fix our attention on divine harmony, and we will be pleased to see how the anger disappears from his countenance and is replaced by another expression. His features will undoubtedly reveal the progressive change taking place in the heart. It may be easier at first to carry out the treatment without looking directly at the subject, but when we have practice, we shall be able to see through him to spiritual truth. A woman became uncomfortable listening to two men working below her window, who, ignoring her proximity, expressed themselves in a rude manner. For a moment, anger and contempt arose in her, but remembering this commandment, she immediately concentrated her attention on the divine presence in each of the men, a presence which sleeps deep in the heart of every human being, and, speaking in modern religious terms, mentally saluted the Christ in them. Instantly, the vulgar language ceased. She said it was as if the conversation had been cut with a knife. Probably she realized such an intense form of truth, and in that case the two men received a substantial uplift, a spiritual uplift, and were perhaps entirely cured of their oral vulgarity. All who have had any experience in these practical applications of truth could cite numerous instances where harmony has been restored by this simple method of Jesus. Animals respond even more readily to this treatment than human beings. I remember two occasions when dogs were fighting so fiercely with each other that all efforts to separate them had proved futile, when the mental vision of divine love in all creatures sufficed to restore peace. In one of these cases, the effect took several minutes. In the other, it was practically instantaneous. Sometimes it happens that one finds oneself in a group where the conversation tends to be very negative. Illnesses or misfortunes of all kinds are discussed and described in detail, or those who are absent are mercilessly criticized. For one reason or another, it may be difficult for us to leave the meeting. In such a case, our duty is clear. We must mentally turn the other cheek, and thus help both the speakers and their victims. Leave him the cloak also, and go with him 2 miles, are 2 dramatic expressions that further underline the principle of offering no mental resistance to apparent conditions of evil. Let us sympathize with the attitude of our neighbor as much as possible, concede every point that is not absolutely essential, and redeem the rest with the truth of Christ. Let us never yield to error, of course, but it is the sin and not the sinner whom we must condemn. You have heard that it was said, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor and hate thine enemy." But I say unto you, love your enemies, and pray for them which persecute you, that ye may be the children of your Father which is in heaven. He maketh the sun to rise on the evil and on the good, and sendeth rain on the just and on the unjust. For if you love those who love you, what reward will you have? Do not even the tax collectors do this? And if ye salute your brethren only, what do ye more than others? Do not the Gentiles also do this? Love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you. Hatred does not cease with more hatred. Here is the same theme again, but now Jesus presents this fundamental truth in such a clear and simple way that even a young child can understand it. Instead of hating the one who seems to be our enemy, as primitive instinct prompts us to do, we should love him. To curses we should respond with blessings, to hatred with kindness. We should pray especially for those who carry things to the extreme of persecuting us. Jesus tells us in a full and direct way, and in order to be understood by all, even by the simplest. He adds, "If you respond to love with love, what reward will you have? Surely nothing, because anyone would do the same. To advance in the ways of the Spirit, we must do much more. One must get rid of hostility and resentment. One must change one's state of mind until one is conscious only of inner harmony and peace, and maintain a feeling of goodwill toward all." This system is not only the most practical, but for reasons which form the basis of the Sermon on the Mount, it is the only one by which any progress can be made. Physical health itself, for example, is a good which we cannot enjoy indefinitely, unless we have feelings of mercy and goodwill toward others. And even our material prosperity will one day disappear if our soul has not been purified from hostility and condemnation. Indeed, such freedom is a prerequisite without which no progress is possible, and all who have spiritual sense will readily recognize this when it touches them. Everyone who becomes aware of the meaning of the spiritual idea finds that these verses constitute a wonderful lesson for the practice of spiritual treatment or scientific prayer. The spiritual idea is the realization of the fundamental fact of the permanence, omnipresence, and omnipotence of the good, and the realization that evil is a transitory illusion without basis or character of its own, which is destroyed by scientific prayer. Hence what we may call the secret of spiritual treatment lies not in fighting error, for that only gives it more life and power, but in destroying it, by denying it precisely that energy of believing in it, which is what makes it take shape. The only existence it possesses is that which we give it by temporarily animating it with our thoughts. Take them away, and it will vanish into nothingness. We have thought the error into existence, consciously or much more often unconsciously, and so we give it life. It is in our power to take that life away. Let us stop thinking it. It is always our thinking that matters. Indeed, as Shakespeare says, there is nothing altogether good or bad, but it is the thought that makes it seem so. Thus, fear, hatred, and resentment are emotionally charged ideas, and when we add them to any difficulty, we are merely injecting it with new and vigorous energy, making it even more difficult to overcome. Moreover, the mere mental review of any difficulty infuses it with new life. Going back over past grievances, thinking how unjustly someone treated us on a certain occasion, remembering the details, for example, has the effect of vivifying that which was slowly dying of neglect. Whatever difficulty presents itself to us suddenly, it is the mental reception we give it, the attitude we adopt towards it, that completely determines the effect it will produce in us. This is what matters, not the people or the things or the circumstances themselves, but the thoughts and the mental position we observe toward them. It is not the behavior of others that improves or frustrates us, but our own thoughts. We write the future history of our life with our thoughts today. It is we ourselves who build our destiny day by day, by the way we react to the circumstances that come our way. Reacting correctly is the supreme art of life, and Jesus condensed the secret of that art in a few words. You're right at the epicenter of the spiritual journey with Emmet Fox's The Sermon on the Mount, the audiobook that's rocking your inner world. This 1938 gem is showing you how the teachings of Jesus can be your map to a fulfilling life, with faith, love, and a touch of mental magic. If Fox's words are making you vibrate, smile, or rethink everything, don't keep it all to yourself. Share this audiobook in your networks. Give it a like. Leave a comment with what has moved you the most, and let more people get on this transformational adventure. Keep listening. The universe has more secrets to reveal to you. Chapter 4. Resist not evil. Do not resist evil. This is the principle which, in its spiritual sense, constitutes the great secret of success. It enables us to leave the land of Egypt and the house of bondage, to regenerate the body, to liberate the soul, and indeed to remake life from top to bottom. As soon as we mentally resist an unpleasant or unexpected circumstance, we give it by that resistance a power that will turn against us, and in equal measure we reduce our own resources. Whatever difficulty we are confronted with, whether it relates to health, material possessions, business, or personal feelings, let us not throw ourselves against it mentally, as is the general custom, nor stand obstinately in the middle of the road exclaiming, "You will not get what you intend." Let us obey the law of Jesus and resist not evil. Let us refrain from mentally counteracting it, as well as from feeding it with our own essence. Let us mentally grope for the presence of God, as we would grope for some support if we suddenly found ourselves thrust into a dark room. Let us fix our thoughts firmly on that presence which is with us, and which is also in the person or place where the evil has arisen. In other words, let us offer the other cheek. If we do so, the unfavorable situation and the discomfort caused by it will disappear into nothingness from whence they came and leave us free. This is the true spiritual method of loving our enemies. Love is God and is therefore all-powerful. Such is the scientific application of love, which no evil can resist. Love destroys the conditions of evil, and if it concerns a person, it liberates him as well as us. But to respond to hatred with hatred, to curse with curse, to fear with aggression, only increases the difficulty, just as a weak sound is multiplied by the amplifier. To return love for hate in the scientific way is to follow the royal path of liberation traced by Jesus Christ. This is the perfect method of protecting ourselves against any circumstance, and by means of which we become invulnerable. If someone treats us with hatred, let us not be angry. Let us not resist evil. Let us see in the enemy the divine presence, and everything will go well. He will cease to bother us, changing his attitude towards us, or he will disappear completely from our life, taking advantage of our thought. If we receive bad news, let us not resist it mentally. Let us be conscious of the immutable nature and infinite harmony of good, always within our reach at every moment of our existence, and all will be well. If we are unhappy in our work or at home, let us not resist these conditions mentally. Nor let us complain or pity ourselves. Such things will only strengthen that particular materialization of error. Do not resist evil. Let us grope for the presence of the divine Spirit around us. Let us affirm its reality in all things. Let us proclaim that we have dominion over all circumstances, when we speak the word in the name of I am that I am, and we shall soon find ourselves free. Moreover, to love one's enemies according to this scientific method is also the secret of physical health, which is impossible to attain without such love. Such a secret is based on the realization of divine life and divine love. All physical improvement follows the discovery of this secret. It does not precede it. Much is said today about the influence of the glands on the organism, but the glands themselves are governed entirely by our emotions. Therefore, if we want to make sure that they function perfectly, it is necessary to cultivate generous feelings, even in the subconscious mind, which can only be achieved by treatment or scientific prayer. Be ye therefore perfect, even as your heavenly Father is perfect. Matthew v:48. This commandment of Jesus is one of the most tremendous things in the whole Bible. Let us meditate on his words. He commands us to be perfect as God himself is perfect. And as we know that he would not command the impossible, we see how he affirms here the doctrine that it is possible for man to become divinely perfect. But it is still more. Jesus proposes it as something that we have to effect. It follows, therefore, that man cannot be that child of sin, disinherited and without hope, which theology has so often presented to us, but that he is of divine lineage, Son of the Father who is in heaven, and consequently potentially divine and perfect. Now, if we are truly children of God, capable of expressing divine perfection, there can be no real power in evil or sin that can keep us permanently enslaved. That is to say, by using the right method, it will only be a matter of time before we attain our true spiritual salvation. Therefore, let us hesitate no longer before setting out on the upward march. It is necessary that, at this very moment, if we have not already done so, we rise like the prodigal son from among the refuse of materiality and limitation, and entrusting ourselves to the promises of Jesus, exclaim, I will arise and go to my Father. Those who feel discouraged by a sense of unworthiness and lack of self-understanding, and think themselves far off the path, should remember that all the great spiritual masters have agreed upon a phrase which comes to mind: to reach the kingdom of heaven, one must go through the storm. Treasure in the heavens. Take heed that you do not do your righteousness before men, that they may see you, otherwise you will have no reward from your Father who is in heaven. Therefore, when you give alms, do not go about blowing a trumpet before you, as the hypocrites do in the synagogues and in the streets, to be praised of men. Verily I say unto you, they have received their reward. When you give alms, do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing, so that your alms may be hidden, and the Father who sees in secret will reward you. And when ye pray, be not as the hypocrites, which love to pray standing in the synagogues and in the corners of the streets, that they may be seen of men. Verily I say unto you, they have received their reward. You, when you pray, go into your chamber, and when you have shut your door, pray to your Father who is in secret, and your Father who sees in secret will reward you. And when you pray, do not be talkative like the Gentiles, who think they are heard for their much speaking. Be not ye therefore like unto them, for your Father knoweth the things that ye have need of, before ye ask him. Matt. v. 1-4. The essence of this part of the sermon is contained in verses 6 and 7, especially the commandment which says, Pray unto thy Father which is in secret, and thy Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee. The doctrine of the secret place and its importance as the control center of the kingdom is the essential factor of what Jesus Christ teaches. Man is the ruler of a kingdom, although in most cases he does not know it. That kingdom is none other than the world of his own life and experience. The Old Testament abounds in stories of kings and kingdoms, of wise kings and foolish kings, of good kings and bad kings, of victorious kings and defeated kings, of kingdoms that rise and of their decline due to all sorts of causes. Jesus, expressing himself in parables, often uses the same idea and the same similes. There was a great king, he begins many times, For each one of these kings is, in truth, each one of us, according to the different aspects in which our different states of soul present us. The Bible is the book of every man. Above all, it is a manual of metaphysics, a manual for the development of the soul, and all of it, from Genesis to Revelation, deals with that development, that awakening of the individual. All our problems are studied in it from every possible angle, and the fundamental lessons of spiritual truth are presented in the most varied manner, so as to meet all conditions, all needs, and almost all moods of human nature. Sometimes we are a king, sometimes a fisherman, a gardener, a weaver, a potter, a merchant, a priest, a captain, or a beggar. In the Sermon on the Mount, man is king. He is the absolute ruler of his own kingdom, and this is not merely a figure of speech, for when we realize in ourselves spiritual truth, we become, literally speaking, absolute monarchs of our own lives. We create our own conditions and we can destroy them. We create or destroy our own health. We attract certain kinds of people or circumstances and reject others. We attract wealth or poverty, serenity or fear, and all according to the way we rule our kingdom. Of course, the world ignores this. Most men believe that what happens to them depends mainly on the people and circumstances around them. They believe that we are always exposed to accidents of all kinds, to unforeseen events which may change and even destroy all our projects. But the truth of being is precisely the opposite of all this. And as mankind has generally accepted the false interpretation, we cannot wonder that history is full of all sorts of calamities, sufferings, and innumerable errors. The endeavor to conduct any business on the basis of false principles can only result in misfortune and confusion, as can persisting in reasoning from erroneous premises, and naturally that is what has happened. Man has suffered because he has been deceived about the nature of life and of his own, and that is why Jesus, the Savior of the world, said, "Know the truth, and the truth will set you free." And that is also why he spent the years of his public life teaching that truth, speaking of the relations between God and man, and explaining how one should live. If it is true, as it undoubtedly is, that our misfortunes are born of our wrong thoughts, present and past, it may be asked, considering the sublime degree of consciousness attained by Jesus, why did he have to face from time to time so many difficulties, and above all, why that terrible struggle with fear in Gethsemane and his death on the cross? The answer is that the case of Jesus is quite exceptional because he suffered, not because of some erroneous thought of his, but because of ours. Thanks to his high level of understanding, he could have left life peacefully, without suffering, as Moses and Elijah did before, but it was he who deliberately chose to undertake his terrible task to help mankind, for which he well deserves the title of Savior of the world. Let us now consider our kingdom more closely, and we shall find that the king's palace, the offices of government, as it were, are nothing less than our consciousness, our own mentality. This is our particular cabinet where our affairs are transacted, which are the whirlwind of thoughts that continually traverse our mind. It is what the psalmist calls the secret place of the kingdom, and it is secret because no one but us knows what goes on in it. It is a private enclosure under our exclusive domain. There we can keep whatever thoughts we want. We can also choose some and reject others, and in that place we are sovereign. Whatever thoughts we choose to fix in it will sooner or later have their realization, in things or in deeds, in the outer world. Hence our responsibility. Having nurtured certain ideas, we have no power to change their consequences. Our freedom consists in the faculty of choosing our thoughts. If we do not wish to have certain unpleasant consequences, we had better abstain from the thoughts that engender them. If we want to prevent a machine from starting, we will not open the valve. If we want to prevent a bell from ringing, we will not touch the button. Therefore, if we really understand what this fundamental principle implies, we will do well to be henceforth very careful in our thinking. If we understand that today's thoughts determine tomorrow's deeds, that our health and our business, that is, everything that matters to us, depends on what goes on in consciousness, we will select our thoughts, our spiritual food, as carefully as we choose our physical food. Let us never forget that the idea that is fixed in the mind today will be translated tomorrow into a corresponding fact, not necessarily identical to our thought, but always of the same nature. For example, if we think much of illness, we are undermining our health. If we think much of poverty and depression in the business world, we risk attracting poverty into our own lives. And if we think of misfortunes, discord, and dishonorable acts, we are attracting these evils to ourselves. What actually occurs, the logical consequence of our reflections, is rarely the exact reproduction of a particular succession of thoughts. It is rather the result of the combined action of that succession of thoughts and our general mental attitude. Thinking about the disease is only one of two factors that produce it, and it is usually the less important one. The other, more important factor is feeding negative or destructive emotions, a fact which, it seems, is very little understood, even by students of metaphysics. It is so important, however, that the fact that most diseases are produced by destructive emotions cannot be overemphasized. It cannot be repeated enough that anger, resentment, jealousy, resentment, etc., are detrimental to health and very apt to seriously damage it. The question is not whether such feelings can be justified or not. This has nothing to do with the results, for they are the consequences of a natural law. Suppose someone says, "I have a right to be angry," thus claiming that he has been the victim of unfair treatment, and therefore possesses as it were a special permission to nurture feelings of anger without his body receiving the natural consequences. This is, of course, absurd. There is no one who can grant such a permission, and if it could be, allowing that in special circumstances a general law could be set aside, we would then have, not a universe, but chaos. If we press the button, whether with a good or an evil intention, either to save a man's life or to take it away, the electric bell will ring. For such is the law of electricity. If we inadvertently drink a lethal poison, we will die, or at least our body will be damaged. For such is the law. Even if we think we drink a harmless liquid, the result of our act will not be changed, because the law ignores intention. By the same token, allowing ourselves to harbor negative emotions is an invitation to misfortune. First, to those that concern our physical health, and then to all kinds of discomfort, even if we deem these negative emotions to be entirely justified. I once came across an old sermon delivered in London during the French Revolution. The author, who had an extremely superficial view of the gospel, said, referring to the Sermon on the Mount, "Naturally, it is justifiable to hate that arch-butcher Robespierre, and to execrate the murderer of Bristol." This sentence perfectly illustrates the fallacy we have been considering. To encourage hatred is to attract ipso facto unpleasant consequences, and, as far as we are concerned, it does not matter what name the emotion is attached to. Robespierre, or so-and-so, or Zutano, or Mengano. The question of whether Robespierre was indeed an angel of light or of darkness has nothing to do with what concerns us. Allowing the emotion of hatred to dominate us, even when we believe the person in question to be well deserving, is infallibly tantamount to bringing misfortune upon us, in proportion to the intensity of the emotion and the time that has been devoted to it. No biblical scholar will ever consider that hatred or execration can be justified in any circumstances. But whatever our personal opinion on the matter, the practical consequences are the same. To think otherwise would be as foolish as drinking 2 shots of prussic acid. We are well aware of the consequences of poison. It is very significant that Jesus called our conscience the secret place. He wishes, as always, to impress upon us the truth that the inner is the cause of the outer, and it is not the latter that determines the conditions of the former. Nor can an exterior fact ever be the cause of another exterior fact. Cause and effect act from the inside out. This absolute law is easy to understand in theory once it has been clearly enunciated. Nevertheless, in the whirlwind of daily life, it is very difficult not to lose sight of it. We are so constituted that our attention can only be concentrated on one thing at a time, and when we are deliberately not attentive to the observance of this law, when the interest of what we do or say monopolizes our attention, it is evident that our already formed habits will determine the nature of our thoughts. We constantly forget to obey this absolute law in practice, until we have exercised ourselves in its observance with the most rigorous care. In the meantime, whenever we fail to observe it, even through forgetfulness, we are liable to punishment. Hence it follows that nothing is worthwhile or of real value unless it means a change of direction in the secret place. Think straight, and sooner or later everything will change around in your favor. But if we settle for a merely external change, without also changing our thoughts and feelings, we shall not only waste our time, but may easily lull ourselves into a false sense of security, and without realizing it, fall into the sin of hypocrisy. From time immemorial mankind has maintained the foolish illusion that outward facts, so easy to grasp, can substitute for an inner change of thoughts and emotions, which is in itself so difficult. It is very easy to buy and wear ceremonial dress, to repeat at certain hours prayers learned by heart, to practice stereotyped devotions, to attend religious services at certain periods, and yet to leave the heart unchanged. The Pharisees needed only a moment to bind the phylactery, but the cleansing of the heart requires years of diligent prayer and mental discipline. A few years ago, an eminent Quaker said, "In my youth we abandoned the distinctive Quaker dress and some other customs. We found that people who did not care to follow our Quaker ideals joined us in order to give their children a cheap education and other advantages. It was easy for them to declare themselves members of our Society of Friends, to buy and wear a coat without buttons or collar, and to interject into conversation a few grammatical particulars, while they worked no change in their character. Quakers are not the only ones who have had to face this problem. This danger was also the rock against which Puritanism crashed. The Puritans came in the end to insist upon an outward compliance with all manner of practices that were not essential, and severely punished any infraction of this strict code. They regulated the minutest details of life, certain manner of speaking, of dressing, of walking. Giving children pompous names taken from the Old Testament came to mean for them a passport to promotion in civil, commercial, or ecclesiastical life, as if the observance of such futilities could have in itself the least spiritual value, and did not in reality lead to self-deception and flagrant hypocrisy. It is unquestionable that the spiritualization of thought leads, in practice, to simplify the life of the one who applies himself to it, because many things that before seemed of great importance later turn out to be of no value or interest. Likewise, it is beyond doubt that such a person will gradually see how he gradually meets different people, reads different books, and uses his time in a different way. And also, as is natural, that his conversation undergoes a remarkable change in quality. The old things are passed away. Behold, I make all things new. These things follow a change of heart. They never precede it. This shows us how vain is the attempt to acquire popularity or to cultivate the good opinion of others by thinking that any advantage can be derived from such things. Those who listened to Jesus on the Mount had seen the most unworthy of the Pharisees perform good works in the most ostentatious manner in order to gain among men the reputation of being orthodox and holy, and also, probably, because they were under the confused impression that they were thus serving their spiritual interests. Jesus analyzed and denounced this error. He tells us that the approval received by external acts is their only reward, but that those fulfilled in the silence of the secret place are the ones that truly attain divine approval. Jesus also emphasizes here the need for prayers to have life. Mere repetition of learned phrases, as parrots do, is completely worthless. When we are in prayer, we should aim to feel divine inspiration, putting ourselves in a receptive, not negative attitude towards God. It is not bad to constantly repeat a phrase. This helps, even if we do not understand its spiritual meaning, as long as the repetition is not taken as a purely mechanical act. Jesus himself repeated the same words 3 times in the moments of his agony in the Garden of Olives. If it ever happens that our spirit becomes dull while we pray, it is better to stop, occupy ourselves with something else for a while, and then return to pray with a revitalized spirit. What is good already exists eternally by the omnipresence of God. We do not have to create it. Nevertheless, we are to bring it into manifestation by our personal conception of truth. This text does not mean that we refrain from asking for our particular needs and problems. Or does it mean, as some believe, that we should not look beyond general harmony? If we do so, the results of our praying will be equally distributed in every aspect of our life, and the improvement in each particular detail may be so small as not to merit consideration. The right attitude is to concentrate our thought on that which we wish to see realized at the moment. It is true that we should not pray for material things per se, but when we have a need, whether for money, say, or for employment, or for a house, or for a friend, we will consider ourselves, that is, our soul, in relation to that need. When we have prayed enough to come to a spiritual understanding on that point, the thing needed will appear as a proof that our part has been done. Let us fill the emptiness of our longings with the sense of God's love, and the things we need will appear in our life as if by enchantment. When we make our prayers, let us not be afraid to be too definite, precise, and practical. Jesus himself was like that. No one fled more from vagueness or indefiniteness than he did. Therefore you shall pray, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Chapter 5. Give us this day our daily bread. And forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And let us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. For if you forgive others their trespasses, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if you do not forgive men, neither will your Father forgive your trespasses. Matthew v. 9-15. This, the greatest of all prayers, commonly called the Lord's Prayer, is in fact a magnificent summary of the whole teaching of Jesus Christ. It is a summary which, in its brevity and completeness, has no equal. It is nothing less than a finished outline of Christian metaphysics. In these verses Jesus defines the nature of God and man, and explains their interdependence. He tells us what the universe really is, and provides a method of rapid spiritual evolution for those who use it intelligently each day. Note particularly how much Jesus insists on the need to forgive and to be forgiven, if we really want to achieve any progress in the realms of the Spirit. And when ye fast, appear not sorrowful, as the hypocrites do, who disfigure their faces, that men may see that they fast. Verily I say unto you, they have their reward. You, when you fast, anoint your head and wash your face, so that not men may see that you fast, but your Father who is in secret, and your Father who sees in secret will reward you. Matthew v. 16-18. Fasting was a general custom of that time, and Jesus takes it for granted. Fasting, as it is interpreted today by those who try to put the Christian life into practice scientifically, consists in abstaining from certain thoughts, especially negative or evil thoughts. But in some cases it is necessary, if we wish to have positive results, to abstain from thinking for some time about the particular difficulty that is troubling us. There are certain problems, almost always those which we have gone over many times in our mind, which cannot be solved except only by prayer and fasting. In such a case it is preferable to face the question definitely, and then abandon it for some time, or to entrust it to another person who will consider it in its proper measure while we look at other things. Physical fasting is sometimes effective in solving a problem, especially in the case of what we call chronic difficulties. But it must be accompanied by spiritual treatment. This is due to the high degree of concentration that can be achieved during abstinence. Let us note that verse 18 is substantially a repetition of verse 6. When the Bible repeats something in this way, it is an obvious indication that it is a point of primary importance. Lay not up for yourselves treasures on earth, where moth and rust eat away at them, and where thieves break through and steal. Lay up treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth eat away, and where thieves do not break through nor steal. Where your treasure is, there your heart will be. The lamp of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be sound, thy whole body shall be bright. But if thine eye be diseased, thy whole body shall be dark. For if the light that is in thee be darkness, what darkness is darkness? Matthew v. 19-23, having expanded on the nature of the secret place, and having given us the model prayer or divine realization as the key of life, Jesus goes on to call attention to certain consequences that will follow, in order to show us that we must conform our existence to this fundamental principle as soon as possible. For example, once we understand that all that exists on the material plane is nothing more than the externalization of our thoughts, we can realize how foolish it is to accumulate or try to accumulate wealth or material goods of any kind. If our conscience is right, that is, if we understand that God is love, that He is the source dispenser of all good, we will always be able to obtain whatever we need, be it money or anything else, wherever we are and in whatever circumstances we find ourselves. Nothing will be lacking when we understand that for the Divine Spirit to demand and to obtain are the same thing. Conversely, as long as we do not understand this, we will always be exposed to poverty or to any need. We may indeed come into possession of great stores of wealth, stocks, bonds, houses, lands, but unless we have a spiritual understanding of ownership, these treasures will, sooner or later, acquire wings and fly away. In truth, there is no other way to achieve security than that of spiritual understanding. The safest banks go bankrupt. The stock market is exposed to unforeseen catastrophes. Mines and oil wells may be destroyed by a natural cataclysm. A new invention may ruin an old one. The opening or closing of a railroad station or the starting of a new enterprise elsewhere may compromise the value of our land, to say nothing of the effect upon all kinds of property of unexpected upheavals in the political world. In short, it is a waste of time to direct too much of our interest to the accumulation of material goods, which are vulnerable to change and fortune. If we were to devote to meditation and scientific prayer a small part of the time and attention we spend in pursuing worldly goods, the resulting change of consciousness would make us safe from poverty and adversity. If we had sufficient spiritual understanding of the laws governing one's provisioning, it is probable that our investments would not fail, and should they go wrong, the losses would be replaced immediately, before we suffered for them. In any case, he who has his mind set on a sense of prosperity cannot become impoverished, nor can he attain material well-being who keeps in mind the idea of poverty. In the long run, no one can keep what does not belong to him by right of conscience, nor can he lose it who has it by the same right. Therefore we would do well not to base our peace on earthly treasures, but rather on riches in the heavens, which is the understanding of the spiritual law. If we concentrate our happiness on material, transitory, and changeable things, it is not God whom we put in the first place of priority. If He occupies the foreground of our life, nothing will cause us restlessness or anxiety. Delving more deeply into the same theme, Jesus tells us that those who establish their lives on this new basis will be free from the little worries and anxieties of daily living that continue to bother others. Questions of diet, for example, will take care of themselves if we think correctly. He who has oriented his life in this new direction does not have to worry about everything he eats. thus turning the function of eating into a painful burden. He eats naturally and spontaneously the ordinary food that presents itself, knowing that the good direction of his habitual thoughts will make what he eats assimilable. If he performs the daily prayers with wisdom and direction, he will eat less, that is, the amount of food naturally required. The same principle applies to all the details of daily life. If we pray every day in a convenient way, we shall find that the secondary things of life arrange themselves without any effort on our part. Let us notice the contrast between this and the usual method of arranging things separately, that is, arranging 1,001 small details, and we shall appreciate how wonderfully the new spiritual basis frees us. If then your eye were sound, your whole body would be luminous. Here is the absolute expression of truth. Indeed, if the eye be sound, the whole body of experience will be full of light. The eye symbolizes spiritual perception. That on which we place our attention is the thing that governs our life. Attention is of paramount importance. Our free will lies in the orientation of our attention. That which captures our attention with insistence will enter our life to dominate it, if we do not fix our attention on anything in particular. And this happens very often. Then nothing in particular will happen to us in life except doubt and uncertainty. We will wander about. If we fix our attention on the external world, which by its nature is variable and subject to change, we shall infallibly have to suffer unhappiness, poverty, and poor health. On the other hand, if we direct our attention towards God, if the thing that matters most to us is His glory and the norm of our life is to express His will, then our eye will be healthy, and our body and our whole existence will be luminous. No one can serve two masters, for either by hating the one he will love the other, or by adhering to the one he will despise the other. You cannot serve God and mammon. Therefore I say to you, do not be anxious about your life, what you shall eat or what you shall drink, nor about your body, what you shall put on. Is not life more than food, and the body more than clothing? Behold, the fowls of the air sow not, neither do they reap, nor shut up in barns, yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are ye not of more value than they? Which of you with his cares can add to his stature a single cubit? And why should you worry about clothing? Learn from the lilies of the field how they grow. They neither toil nor spin. For I tell you, not even Solomon in all his glory was clothed like one of them. For if the grass of the field which today is, and tomorrow be cast into the homo, God so clothes it, will he not much more clothe you, O ye of little faith? Therefore do not be anxious, saying, what shall we eat, or what shall we drink, or wherewithal shall we be clothed? The Gentiles are anxious about all these things, but your heavenly Father well knows that you have need of all these things. Matthew v. 25-34. Many Christians accept these facts in theory, but are indifferent when it is a question of putting them into practice, and this hesitation always gets them into countless difficulties, born of their weakness and inconsistency. In general, materialists are happier, because at least they live according to their knowledge and are content with what they understand. To try to rely on one principle now and on another later is to serve two masters, and this is impossible. You cannot serve God and mammon. Man is essentially spiritual, and has been created in the image and likeness of God. Consequently, he is made to live happily on the spiritual plane, and cannot really succeed on any other. The birds of the air and the lilies of the field offer man a surprising lesson by their complete adaptation to the laws of their respective planes. They truly express their own authentic nature, go through life being perfectly themselves, and they know nothing that resembles the restlessness and anxiety that destroys so many human lives. The lilies spoken of here are the magnificent wild poppies of the East, and whoever has seen a field of these flowers swaying and swaying in the breeze will appreciate the sense of repose and freedom of spirit and joy which Jesus says belongs to humanity by birthright. Of course, He does not mean that human beings who are on an infinitely higher biological plane should imitate to the letter the lives or methods of birds or flowers. The lesson we have to learn is that we must adapt to our own element, just as they do to theirs, and our true element is the presence of God. St. Augustine said, "Thou hast created us for thyself, and our hearts are restless until they rest in thee." When man comes to accept that truth is found in God as completely and as undoubtedly as the flowers and birds accept the truth of their own condition, he will demonstrate in himself the divine abundance and harmony as perfectly as do these other creatures of God. If anyone were foolish enough to interpret these similes literally rather than spiritually, and lay down in a field of poppies waiting for God to work a dramatic miracle on his behalf, he would soon realize that this is not the way. Possessing faculties infinitely superior to those of animals and plants, man will indeed imitate his wisdom and glory by being active in his own sphere, that of prayer and meditation. The spiritual base is not a synonym of laissez-faire. It means intense activity, but on the spiritual plane, which is quite distinct from the material. This is the only way by which one can seek the kingdom of heaven, after which all necessary things will come as a consequence. If we feel very discouraged and bewildered, the time has come to cast ourselves mentally among the poppies, read the Bible, and pray with serenity, but with perseverance, until something happens, either within or without us, and this is not laissez-faire because prayer is action. Once in London, I met a lady whose affairs became so hopelessly entangled that she seemed inexorably destined for utter ruin. I encouraged her to mentally abandon all her burden, and without fear of immediate consequences to spend 2 or 3 days looking to the Bible for inspiration and asking in prayer for peace and happiness. At the end of a week, without any material action on her part, everything was cleared up as if by magic. The normal way to earn a living is to have a profession or occupation that is useful and enjoyable. It is a matter of consciously doing the task and receiving a satisfactory remuneration in return. Scientific prayer will place each one in such a position if he does not already have it, and then, if he prays each day as he should, realizing the true situation and asking for the opportunity to serve, whatever his present position may be, he will improve as time goes on. But you will have to pray daily as you see fit. It is not necessary to work or exercise a profession outside the home. The woman who carries out her duties at home is as useful a member of the community as any other, and many people who have no need to worry about money because of their personal income render great services to humanity by cultivating the arts or literature and encouraging scientific research. The truth is that no one whose life rests on the spiritual base will live inactive, however great his wealth may be. From time to time one hears of certain people who think they are so spiritual that they do not need to earn a living. Another person, some relative or friend, who works because he is not too spiritual, often keeps them in idleness. But that mental attitude speaks for itself. If a person's understanding of metaphysics proves sufficient to enable him to get by without ordinary work, he will automatically find himself provided with what is necessary, remaining independent and worthy of respect, and this can in no way apply to debtors or to those who live at the expense of others. If we want to experiment by relying on the power of the Word, fine, but let us be sure to do so with absolute sincerity. The only way to carry out this experiment genuinely is to let it be a demonstration of faith. Otherwise, we will have to abide by extreme consequences. If we secretly count on someone who can help us, we will not be trusting the divine word. Every follower of spiritual science can expect a reasonable prosperity that will enable him to live comfortably and securely, so long as we cannot prove that truth by the power of the divine word alone. We must continue to practice the spiritual treatment, which will lead us to attain a suitable position in which we successfully develop. Jesus tells us in this passage that all our efforts of will be insufficient to add 1 cubit to our stature. This is another way of expressing the truth that he presents in so many different ways, that is, that we must be born again spiritually. As long as we remain as we are, we cannot, in spite of every effort, bring about any change, either in ourselves or outside of ourselves. We always do what we are. Our outer life always corresponds to our inner life. We cannot make any progress if we are not born again, that is, if we do not become conscious of the presence of God. Therefore, do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will have its own worries. Let each day have its own worries. Matthew v. 34. In the scientific prayer, we generally use the present tense. The whole principle of the scientific prayer consists in correcting and orienting the conscience, and this has to be done in the present. Thus, when we are presented with a problem concerning the future, for example, an exam that we will have in 6 months, or an unpleasant trip that we have to take the following week, it is now when it is convenient to pray. Let us not wait until the last moment. Let us work mentally now. That is, let us work now in our consciousness on the matter, in the present. Let us not project our spiritual treatment into the future, because in that way the expected results will not be obtained. The fact no doubt concerns the future, but the act of thinking about it now means that it is already in our consciousness. And because it is a present thought, it can and should be dealt with in the present time. In the same way we can act with regard to past events, and we should do so if they still disturb us, treating them as if they were present, because it is today that the thought persists in us. Let us treat all events, past and future, as if they were occurring in the present moment. Let us not forget that God is outside of what we call time, and that, consequently, the beneficent action of His holy presence is equally efficacious, yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let us remember that the only thoughts that matter are those of today. Yesterday's or last year's thoughts no longer interest us, for if our thoughts today are righteous, all will be found rectified at this very moment. The best way to prepare for tomorrow is to make today's thoughts serene and harmonious. All other good things will follow accordingly. It would be useless to delve into our mind to look for obstacles that we could eradicate. Let us faithfully deal with the errors that catch our attention, and we will be dealing with all that is hidden. In the same spirit, scientific Christianity discourages us from giving too much attention to another plane or to the conditions of the afterlife. Such concerns are usually but an evasion of the realities of this life and the everyday problems that must be faced and solved here and not evaded or, which is the same thing, deferred in our thinking. We need to emphasize life and not death and focus on making our demonstration here and now. Chapter 6. With the measure with which you measure. Judge not, and ye shall not be judged. For with what judgment ye judge, ye shall be judged. And with what measure ye mete, it shall be measured to you. How can you see the mote in your brother's eye, but not the beam in your own eye? Or how dare you say to your brother, let me take the mote out of your eye, when you have a beam in your own eye? Matthew 7, 1-5. This section of the Sermon on the Mount consists of 5 short verses and only about 100 words, and yet it is no exaggeration to say that it is the most amazing document ever presented to mankind. In these 5 verses, it tells us more about the nature of man, the meaning of life, the importance of conduct, the art of living, the secret of happiness and good success, the way to overcome adversity, access to God, the emancipation of the soul, and the salvation of the world. Then all the philosophers and all the theologians and all the wise men put together have told us, because it explains to us the great law. It is infinitely more important for a man, and especially a child, to understand the meaning of these 5 verses than anything else that is taught in schools and universities. There is nothing in ordinary courses of study, there is nothing that can be learned in libraries or laboratories that is worth a millionth part of the teaching of these verses. if it were ever possible to justify the fanatical saying, "Burn all other books because everything is in this one," mention would be made of these verses. Judge not, and ye shall not be judged, for with what judgment ye judge ye shall be judged, and with what measure ye mete it shall be measured to you. Mount 7, 1-2. If the common man were to understand even for a moment the meaning of these words, and truly believe them, they would immediately revolutionize his whole life from top to bottom radically. His daily conduct would be completely transformed, and he himself would be so changed that in a relatively short time his closest friends would hardly know him. Whether he was prime minister or a man in the street, this realization would change his world, and as truth is more contagious than can be imagined, his metamorphosis would transform the world for many others as well. Whenever we reread the Sermon on the Mount in a receptive attitude of mind, we are astonished to find that the statements it contains have been, in practice, overlooked by most Christians. Were it not known to be a fact that these words are constantly heard in public and read in private by millions of Christians of all classes, one could hardly believe that this were possible, for the truths expressed here seem to have nothing to do with the motives of their daily life and conduct. Yet these words express the law of life, simple and unavoidable. For such is the law of life. As we think of others, as we speak of them, as we behave toward them, so will they think and speak of us, and so will they behave toward us. Whatever our conduct is, it will inevitably be returned to us. Whatever we do to others, sooner or later, here or there, someone will do to us. The good we do will be returned to us in the same degree, and the bad we do to others in the same way will be returned to us as well. This is by no means to say that the people we treat well or badly will be the same people who will return the action to us tomorrow. It almost never happens that way. But what does happen is that, at another time, perhaps years later, in another place far away, someone who knows nothing of the previous action will repay us with the same coin. For every harsh word we say to another person or about another person, such a word will be said to us or about us. For every time we defraud, we will be defrauded. For every time we deceive, we will be deceived. For every lie we tell, we will be lied to. For every time we neglect a duty, for every evasion of a responsibility, every abuse of authority over other people, we will be doing something for which, inevitably, we will be repaid by having an equal injury inflicted upon us. With what measure ye mete, it shall be measured to you. Is it not evident that, if people realized all this, that it is literally true, it would influence their conduct in the most profound way? Would not such a realization do more in practice to make crimes decrease and raise the moral level of the whole community than all the laws made by parliaments, or all the punishments imposed by judges and magistrates? People tend to think, especially when the temptation is very strong, that they can probably escape from the law of the land, escape from the sheriff, or slip out of the hands of the authorities in any other way. They hope that individuals will forgive them, or that they will not be able to avenge themselves, or that all will be forgotten in time, or better still, that the fault will never be discovered. However, if they understood that the law of retribution is a cosmic law, as impersonal and immutable as the law of gravity, which neither considers persons nor respects institutions, a law without rancor and without pity, they would reflect more before treating their fellow men unjustly. The law of gravity never sleeps, is never unprepared, never tires, is neither compassionate nor vindictive, and no one could imagine that he could evade it, or cajole it, or bribe it, or intimidate it. People accept it as inevitable and inescapable, and behave accordingly. The law of retribution is as immutable as the law of gravity. Sooner or later, water finds its level, and the treatment we give to others is returned to us. Some Christians, on hearing the explanation of the law of retribution, have objected that this law is of Buddhist or Hindustani origin, and not Christian. It is true that this law is taught by Buddhists and Hindus, and they do well to teach it because it is the law of nature. It is also true that this law is better understood in Oriental countries than among us. But that does not mean that it is an Oriental possession. What it does mean is that the Orthodox Christian churches have failed in their obligation to expose to the people an important section of the teaching of Jesus. To those who say that this is not a Christian law, one can reply, is the Gospel of Matthew a Christian document or not? Was Jesus Christ a Christian or a Buddhist? This doctrine, whether we like it or not, if we wish, we can try to overlook it, but we cannot deny that Jesus Christ taught it, and in the most direct and emphatic manner when he said, "Judge not, and you will not be judged, for with what judgment you judge, you will be judged, and with what measure you measure, you will be measured." Mount 7, 1-2. Sir Edwin Arnold, in his poem, entitled The Celestial Song, described this relentless law of immanent justice. There is none who can slight it. He who hinders it loses, he who serves it gains. Good done in secret gives peace and delight, hidden evil brings sorrow. By it the knife stabbed the murderer, the unjust judge lost his defender, the false tongue sentences its own lie, and the vile thief despoils only to restore. She sees and notices all, be just, she will reward you, unjust, you will be repaid in the same coin, though Dharma may be long in coming. It is very clear that we should not do to another person what we would not want someone else to do to us, because that is what will happen. This is especially the case when we do wrong to someone in our power. In the same way, it is equally true that for every good deed we do, for every kind word we utter, one day or another we will receive its equivalent. Many people often complain about the ingratitude of those whom they have helped, or to whom they have granted favors, and often with good reason, but this complaint manifests a mental attitude that it is important to correct. When someone feels offended because he has been shown ingratitude for a favor, it is because he has expected gratitude, and this is a great mistake. The real reason for helping others is because it is our duty to help as far as we can wisely do so, or because it is an expression of love. Of course, true love does not seek a quid pro quo, and to have done our duty would have to be the reward itself, let us remember. Or if we prefer it that way, one way or another, our good deed will be recognized in due course. When gratitude is expected, it creates in the other person a sense of obligation, and this person probably will have this in his unconscious, and will feel it more strongly, because such a thing is something that is repugnant to human nature. Let us do the good deed and go on our way without expecting or desiring personal recognition. Is it not a beautiful and exhilarating thought that all the prayers we have uttered in our life, all the good we have done, and all our kind words remain with us, and that nothing can take them away from us? Indeed, these are the only things we can keep, for everything else must disappear. Our mental and oral errors and our sins are eliminated according to the law, but the good remains untouched for all eternity. Scholars of scientific Christianity who understand the power of thought will realize that it is here, in the realm of thought, that the law finds its true application, and they will see that what matters in the last analysis is to keep right thoughts toward others, as well as toward oneself, to think right thoughts about God, about one's neighbor, and about oneself. This is the law and the prophets. Knowing that dominion is found in the secret place, it is in the secret place that one must pay attention, observing the commandment, do not judge. The golden rule interpreted scientifically is, think of others as you would have them think of you. In the light of the knowledge we now have, the observance of this rule becomes a solemn duty, and moreover, it is a vital debt of honor. A debt of honor is an obligation which no written law can enforce, an obligation which we fulfill in secret to the satisfaction of our conscience, and likewise, since no one can know, much less prove what we are thinking, we are responsible for our thoughts before no court but the highest, the court which never errs and whose judgments are never evaded. Having understood the supreme law and its function, summarized so beautifully by Jesus in this passage, the disciple is prepared to take the next important step and understand how it is possible to rise even above the great law in the name of Christ. In the Bible, the term Christ is not synonymous with Jesus, the individual. It is a technical term meaning the spiritual and absolute truth about anything. Discerning this truth about some person or condition or circumstance immediately heals that person or condition or circumstance, the improvement being in the same measure as the degree of awareness of the thinker. Here is the essence of spiritual healing, and thus we see that in the broadest sense, and quite independent at the same time of the special and unparalleled works performed by Jesus himself, it is true that the Christ comes into the world to redeem and save it. Whenever the Christ, that is, the true idea of anything, is born in the thought of anyone, physical or moral or mental healing, as the case may be, follows. A mental healing consists in making a stupid person lucid and intelligent. The most backward children in school respond as if by magic to such spiritual treatment. Divine intelligence is asked for them, and it dawns upon them that God is the soul of man. Sickness and sin, poverty and confusion, ignorance and human frailty, all disappear under the power of the healing Christ. However deep the roots of our ills may be, a clear vision of the Christ, a vision of spiritual truth, eternally present behind appearances, will heal us. For this there is no exception. Because the Christ is nothing less than the direct action of God himself, the self-knowledge of spirit passes over all. The spiritual law eclipses and dominates all the laws of the physical and mental planes. This, as we have seen in the first chapter, does not mean that the laws of the physical plane or the mental plane can be broken, but that man, by his essentially divine nature, has the power to rise above these planes to the plane of spirit, a plane of infinite dimension, where such laws no longer affect him. He does not violate their laws, he ventures beyond their boundaries. When the hot air balloon rises toward the sun, notwithstanding its weight, so it swells, it seems to defy the law of gravity. However, it does not break that law, but rather is fulfilled by that action. Although the normal experience of daily life is, in fact, reversed, the law of karma, an infallible law that respects no one and forgets nothing, applies only to the physical and mental planes. It is not a law of spirit. In spirit, everything is perfect, eternal, unalterable. In this realm, there is nothing evil to be reaped because it cannot be sown, and therefore when man raises his attention to the world of spirit, by what we call prayer, meditation, or treatment, he transfers his attention to the realm of spirit, and thus brings himself to that degree, under the law of perfect good, and frees himself from karma. Thus it is that man can choose between karma or the Christ. Here is the best news ever received by mankind, and that is why it is called glad tidings or good news or gospel, for such is the meaning of this word. This is the charter of human liberties, the dominion of the human being, made in the image of God and according to his likeness over all things. But man has a choice. He can remain in the limited region, the physical plane and the mental plane, and in that case he is closely bound to the wheel of karma. Or he can appeal by prayer and meditation to the kingdom of the Spirit, that is, to the Christ, and thus free himself. He can choose Christ or karma, and Christ is the Lord of karma. In the East, where the law of karma is so well understood, humanity has not received the message of the Christ, and so it is in a position of hopelessness. But we, so penetrating the spirit of the gospel, can free ourselves. In other words, it turns out that karma is inexorable only as long as we do not pray. As soon as we pray, we begin to rise above karma. That is, we begin to gradually eradicate the unpleasant consequences of our past mistakes. For every fault, we either have to suffer the consequences, to be punished, or we have to cancel them by means of scientific prayer, by the practice of the presence of God. We have that great alternative, Christ or karma. Does that mean that any fault, any stupidity, even a grave sin, can be expunged from the book of life, with all the naturally resulting punishments or sufferings? Yes, it means nothing less than that. There is no evil that can resist the action of the healing Christ. God loves mankind so much that he manifests his unique power through Christ, so that he who chooses him may not perish because of his weakness or frailty, but may have eternal salvation. Needless to say, it is not to be supposed that the consequences of a fault can be cheaply avoided by repeating a prayer lightly. To erase the punishment that otherwise follows sin, no perfunctory prayer will avail, but a consciousness of God sufficient to radically change the sinner's character is required. When prayer or spiritual healing has been so effective that the sinner becomes another man, a new man, and no longer desires to repeat the sin, then he is saved. Then the punishments are redeemed because Christ is Lord of karma. Chapter 7. By their fruits. Do not give holy things to dogs, nor cast your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under their feet and turn and tear you to pieces. Mount 7. 6. Intelligence is as essential a factor in the Christian message as love. God is love, but God is also infinite intelligence. And unless these two qualities are in balance in our life, we do not attain wisdom, for wisdom is the perfect fusion of intelligence and love. Love without intelligence can unintentionally do much harm. The spoiled child is an example, and intelligence without love can result in refined cruelty. All truly Christian activity must express wisdom, for zeal without discretion is proverbially perverse. It often happens that persons who for the first time see the infinite horizons of truth, and thus free themselves from some grievous difficulty, become so exalted with joy that they go everywhere pouring out to others the news of their discovery, and probably asking them to accept truth also. This attitude is entirely understandable, for love desires nothing more than to share its good. Nevertheless, it is very unwise. The fact is that the acceptance of truth implies, as we have seen, the abandonment of all old values, and after all, this is a tremendous sacrifice which is not to be expected of any one person, and in any case, it cannot happen except when one is spiritually prepared for the change. If this truth is presented to him in an attractive way, he who is ready will be glad to accept it. If he is not, no intellectual discussion or argument will make him accept it. Let us not rely on our own judgment to decide who is ready to receive the truth and who is not. Rather, let us be guided by the Holy Spirit. Most of us have had the experience, when we have become aware of the spiritual idea and what it means, of obeying the natural impulse to communicate what has been revealed to us to some of our friends, whom we think we can easily persuade, and have found that, in most cases, they utterly refuse to receive it. On the other hand, some people, whom we considered spiritually undeveloped, are very receptive, and successfully undertake the transformation of their lives according to the new knowledge. If we pray regularly every day, for wisdom, intelligence, and new opportunities to serve, the right people will present themselves without our seeking them, or we will go to them, and a suitable occasion will present itself to introduce the matter. Until we are sure it is wise to speak of truth, let us refrain from doing so. Instead, let us pray silently for guidance, and leave the matter in God's hands. Sometimes nothing happens. No opportunity presents itself while we are with our friend, which means that the time has not come, and that our efforts would have been of no avail. Many times, however, an obvious occasion presents itself in conversation, or some external incident provides the pretext for introducing the subject, and I have experienced some surprising and pleasant awakening that arose in this way. Above all, let us refrain from compelling the people with whom we live or with whom we work to consider the question of truth, especially at home. It is easy for us to become a nuisance by trying to force our ideas upon people who cannot appreciate them, for they are not yet ready. As our relatives and our associates have to see us frequently, it is not wise to importune or irritate them. Let us realize that they, not having experienced our personal awakening, cannot see the thing as we see it, and that what they see is something else. It is also possible that we do not yet have the art of explaining our ideas in the best possible way. Finally, it is good to remember that those around us will constantly have the opportunity to examine our personal conduct. They will know in depth our faults and weaknesses, and that if we speak too much and indiscreetly of spiritual values, they will expect from us a greater demonstration than we can make at first. And would they not have to be superior to most human beings not to point out sometimes, at the most inopportune moment, those acts of ours that contradict our words? In other words, hurry slowly is the motto. To act with reckless ardor and acquire the reputation of being foolish or annoying is not a correct way to propagate the truth. The quickest way is to live one's life oneself. Then those around us will notice the change in us, and as soon as they realize that our health has improved, that there is more prosperity in our lives, and that happiness shines in our faces, they will come spontaneously, asking us to share with them the secret. They will not have to be persuaded to drink in the waters of life. When we desire to present the truth to a certain person or to a certain group, it is well to prepare ourselves mentally for a few days. Let us pray that intelligence and love may help us to overcome all impatience and to cope with ridicule and unkindness. And above all, let us pray that wisdom, which combines love and intelligence, may inspire us. Let us affirm that God's action makes us speak the right word at the right time, and that at the same time those who listen to us are guided by the same divine qualities. Let us not allow ourselves to be concerned in any way with the results that may follow the discussion. Let us speak according to truth, and let it work. We shall often be surprised a few days later at the efficacy of this spiritual preparation. Ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. For he who asks receives, he who seeks finds, and to him who knocks it is opened. For which of you is there who, if his son asks for bread, will give him a stone? Or if he asks for a fish, will give him a serpent? If you then, being evil, know how to give good things to your children, how much more will your Father who is in heaven give good things to those who ask him? Matthew 7:7. This is the marvelous passage in which Jesus enunciates the primordial truth of the fatherhood of God. This truth can be called fundamental because it is the cornerstone on which the edifice of true religion is raised. As long as men did not understand the profound significance of the fact that God is Father of man, it was not possible for them to fully know the religious experience. So long as they believed that there were diverse gods, the essential meaning of religion escaped their grasp, for true religious experience is the search for conscious union with God. To accept various gods is to impose upon each god necessarily limitations, and since the gods of old were represented in perpetual conflict with each other, only chaotic thinking could accompany such a belief. Those who had developed spiritually enough to accept the idea of a single God, the true God, still represented him, almost in general, as an oriental despot or a capricious and merciless sultan, possessing his subjects and ruling them tyrannically. The God of many chapters of the Old Testament is a jealous and cruel tyrant, implacable in his wrath, vindictive, insatiable. He seems to have in common with men nothing more than men have in common with animals. Less, indeed, because man knows that he is vulnerable to physical suffering, starvation, and death, just as animals are. This Eastern conception of a despotic God, in fact, has been maintained by a large number of fervent Orthodox Christians, denying any resemblance between man and the Creator. One modern writer has jocularly compared this God to a certain English millionaire who on a whim maintains a zoological garden near London. This garden is filled with animals that exist only because they interest and amuse the owner. From time to time, the master comes to see them, and following, no doubt, expert advice, orders some to be destroyed, others to be moved to more spacious cages, and others to be treated in a certain way. It is evident that there is no spiritual communion whatsoever between the animals and their owner. They are merely animated toys for his amusement. This comparison is by no means an exaggerated description of the ideas of many men, of fundamentalists, for example. When one reads the Bible with an open mind, one sees that Jesus, in this passage, once for all, penetrates to the root of this abominable superstition. In a clear and definite manner, he affirms, giving emphasis in the most circumstantial way, that the true relationship that exists between man and God is that of a father and a son. God ceases to be the sovereign who deals with servile slaves and becomes a father, full of love for us, who are his children. It is extremely difficult to estimate the scope of this statement as far as the life of the soul is concerned. When one reads and rereads this passage, affirming the fatherhood of God every day for a few weeks, one discovers that this alone solves many religious problems. It can be said that it clears up, once and for all, countless perplexing questions. In the time of Jesus, this teaching about the fatherhood of God was original and unique. In the Old Testament, God is never called Father. When references are made to his fatherhood, they refer to him as the father of a nation and not of individuals. Indeed, this is why Jesus made the declaration of the fatherhood of God the first sentence of what we call the Lord's Prayer. This explains, for example, the tremendous statement in Genesis that man is in the image and likeness of God. It is evident, of course, that the offspring must be of the same nature and species as the father. And then, if God and man are indeed father and son, man must be of divine essence and susceptible of infinite growth and progress and development on the upward path to divinity. This means that as man's true nature, his spiritual character, develops, which means that he becomes more and more conscious of it, he will expand his spiritual consciousness until he has transcended all limits of human imagination, further and further onward. This is our glorious destiny, as we have already seen. Jesus himself said, moreover, quoting the Old Testament, "I have said that you are gods, and all of you are sons of the Most High." John 10, 34-35. He then reinforced his statement by adding significantly, "And the Scripture cannot be broken. In this passage, therefore, we are freed once and for all from the last chain that binds us to a limited and debased destiny. We are children of God, and if we are children, co-heirs with Jesus Christ, as St. Paul says, and as children of God, we are heirs of our Father's goods. We are not strangers, nor rewarded servants, much less slaves. We are the children of the house, who one day will fully enjoy our inheritance. For the moment, we are filled with limitations and incapacities because we are but children. Minors from the spiritual point of view. Children are irresponsible. They lack wisdom and experience. They must be directed so that their mistakes do not bring them serious consequences. But as soon as man attains his spiritual majority, he claims his rights and obtains them. While the heir is a child, being the master of all, he does not differ from the servant, but is under tutors and stewards until the time appointed by the Father. Gal. 4:12. And when that hour comes, he awakens to truth and obtains his spiritual majority. He realizes that it is the voice of God himself that is in his heart, making him cry out, "Abba, Father." Then, at last, he realizes that he is the child of the great King, and that all that his Father possesses is his, and that he may enjoy it, whether it be health, prosperity, opportunity, beauty, happiness, or any other manifestation of God. The most detrimental thing in life is man's slowness, one might say his reluctance, to perceive his own dominion. God has given us dominion over all things, but, like frightened children, we shy away from assuming it. Although assuming it is the only way out for us, mankind often resembles a fugitive, sitting behind the wheel of a car ready to take him to safety, but who, because of his nervousness, cannot take control and put it in gear. There he stands, half frozen with terror, looking back, wondering if his pursuers are going to catch up with him, and what will happen to him if that happens. He could at any moment escape to safety, but he won't, nor will he dare. Jesus, who knew the human heart as no one has ever known it before or since, understood our difficulty and our weakness in this regard. And with that unparalleled gift of finding the words with life, with that magical power to express the most fundamental things in language, so clear, so simple, so direct that even a child can understand it. He commands us, "Ask and it will be given to you. Seek and you will find. Knock and it will be opened to you. For he who asks receives, he who seeks finds, and to him who knocks it will be opened." It would be impossible to imagine a clearer expression, or to find more precise words than these. There are simply no words in any language clearer or more emphatic, and yet most Christians quietly overlook them, or interpret them in so narrow a sense that almost all their value is lost. And again we are faced with this dilemma: either Jesus knew what he said or he did not, and as we could hardly believe that he did not, we have to accept those words as true. Is there any escape here? Ask and it shall be given to you. Is this not the Magna Carta of the personal freedom of every man, every woman, every child in the world? Is it not the decree of emancipation from every kind of servitude, physical, mental, or spiritual? Is there room for the so-called virtue of resignation so often preached? The fact is evident. Resignation is by no means a virtue. On the contrary, it is a sin. What we pompously decorate with the beautiful name of resignation is in truth an unhealthy mixture of cowardice and laziness. We have no right to accept with resignation disharmony, of whatever kind it may be, because disharmony cannot be the will of God. We have no right to accept with resignation sickness or poverty, sin, struggle, unhappiness, or remorse. We have no right to accept anything less than freedom, harmony, joy, because only in this way do we glorify God and express His holy will, which is our reason for being. It is our most sacred duty, in the very name of God, to refuse to accept anything less than complete happiness and good success, and we will not conform to the wishes and instructions of Jesus if we are content with less. We must pray and meditate with perseverance and reorganize our life according to the principles of His teaching, until we achieve our goal. Not only is our victory over all negative conditions possible, but it has been definitely promised to us in those glorious words, which constitute the motto of the freedom of the human race. Ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. Therefore, whatever you would have men do to you, do to them, for this is the law and the prophets. This is the sublime precept that we call the Golden Rule. Jesus formulates again the supreme law in a concise summary. This repetition follows the great declaration of the fatherhood of God. That law originates in the metaphysical fact that, fundamentally, we are all one, since each of us is a part of the infinite Spirit, and because we are all one, to harm the other is tantamount to harming oneself, while to help the other is, in effect, to help oneself. The paternity of God makes us also accept the condition of brothers of men, and spiritually, fraternity is unity. The understanding of this great truth contains in itself any other religious knowledge, and it is what the phraseology of old called the law and the prophets. Enter ye in at the strait gate, for wide is the gate, and broad is the way, that leadeth to destruction, and many there be which go in thereat. How strait is the gate, and narrow is the way, that leadeth unto life, and how few there be which go in thereat. Matthew 7:13-14. There is but one way under the sun to attain harmony, that is, health, prosperity, peace of mind, salvation, in the true sense of the word, and that is to bring about a radical and permanent change in consciousness. This is the only way. There is no other. For countless generations mankind has been striving to achieve happiness in every other possible way. For many centuries man has set himself projects to achieve happiness by making various changes in his external conditions. But as long as man tries to modify his concrete universe, as long as he devotes himself to changing his surroundings and external circumstances, without concern for the quality of his thoughts and the progress of his soul, all his efforts are in vain. Now we can see that because of the nature of our being, no real change of the outer circumstances of our life can be achieved except by the transformation of our consciousness. This change of the inner life is the narrow gate of which Jesus speaks, and as he says, few are those who find it. However, the number is actually increasing from day to day, and as the years go by, it will increase more and more. Although it is comparatively small, in Jesus' time it was much smaller. This doctrine that it is what happens in our consciousness that matters, because our concepts are what we see, Jesus calls the way of life, and he adds that all other doctrines are but broad roads leading to destruction and deception. Why, then, is man so unwilling, it seems, to transform his consciousness? Why, it seems, does he prefer to try any other method that presents itself, however arduous or forced it may be? Throughout history, every conceivable method of effecting the salvation of mankind has been tried, and all have failed, of course. We now know why, yet man seldom chooses the narrow path, unless compelled to do so individually by an irresistible force. The answer is that, as we have already seen, the change of consciousness is really very hard. It demands constant vigilance and the breaking of our mental habits, a painful procedure to undergo for a time. Man is naturally lazy. He obeys the law of the least effort, and in this, as in things of less importance, he does not go to the bottom of things unless he is compelled to do so. The way of life, the narrow gate, is, however, worth infinitely more than it costs. On this path, the rewards are not temporary, but permanent. Every mile gained is gained for all eternity. It can be said that the change in consciousness is, in effect, all that is worth achieving. A comparison from daily life allows us to illustrate this idea. Suppose we have removed a stain from a garment. We will profit from that action for a few months, as long as the garment lasts. On the other hand, let us suppose that, by exercising, we develop a bodily function, let us say the capacity of the lungs. That improvement will last us all the rest of our lives, 50 or 60 years perhaps. It is evident that we have benefited more from the second action than from the first. As far as the qualitative change of consciousness resulting from prayer or spiritual healing is concerned, we not only feel the effects of that change in every phase of earthly life, but the change will persist for all eternity because we can never lose it. Thieves cannot dig it up and take it away. As soon as spiritual consciousness is obtained, it will be found that in truth, all things concur for the good of those who love the good or God. Then we shall experience perfect health, prosperity, complete happiness. Then we shall feel so well in health that mere living will be an inexplicable pleasure. The body will no longer be a grievous burden, such as so many people carry, but will seem to have wings on our feet. Prosperity will be such that we shall no longer need to consider the question of money. We shall have enough to carry out our plans. Our world will be filled with sympathetic people, eager to help us as much as possible. We will be engaged in various activities as useful as they are pleasant and interesting. All our ambitions, all our talents will find a wide sphere of action, and in short, we shall gradually acquire that fully integrated and fully expressed personality with which modern psychology sounds. Those to whom the message of Jesus has not yet revealed its secret can see in all this nothing but a beautiful vision, too beautiful to be true. But that is precisely the very essence of the message of Christ, that nothing is too beautiful to be true, because the love and power of God are truth. It is precisely this belief that complete harmony is too beautiful to be true that prevents us from achieving it. We, being mental beings, make the laws under which we live, and we have to live under the laws we make. A tragic mistake, made by many people who are religious in an orthodox way, is to assume that God's will for them must be something uninteresting, unattractive, if not downright unpleasant. Consciously or not, they regard God as an implacable master, or as a puritanical and austere father. Very often their prayers seem to say this: God, please grant me that good thing I am so lacking, but I don't think you want to, because you won't think that is good for me. It is useless to add that such a prayer has the answer of all prayers according to the faith of the one who prays. For you receive what you expect. The truth is that God's will for us always means more freedom, a larger existence, better health, a more secure prosperity, and more opportunities to serve others, a more abundant life. If one is sick or poor, or has to do work one does not like, if one is lonely, or has to live with unfriendly people, one can be sure that one is not expressing God's will, and as long as one does not express God's will, it is natural to experience disharmony, and it is equally true that when one expresses the divine will, harmony will be restored. Beware of false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inside they are ravening wolves. By their fruits ye shall know them. Do they gather clusters of grapes from thorns or figs from thistles? Every good tree bears good fruit, and every bad tree bears bad fruit. A good tree cannot bear bad fruit, nor can a bad tree bear good fruit. The tree that does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. By the fruits ye shall know them. Is there an infallible method by which a man can find out the truth about God, about life, about himself? Can he find out which is the true religion, which is the genuine church, and which is false, and which books and which teachers teach the truth? How many an honest seeker, confused and perplexed at the turmoil of divergent theologies and rival sects, has longed with all his heart to possess the touchstone of truth? Is there a sincere Christian who would not strive to conform his life to the instructions of Jesus Christ if he could be sure what they are? All sorts of people and all sorts of churches tell him that they alone represent the true doctrine, and that it is dangerous to overlook their doctrines and their disciplines. And he perceives that these various groups do not agree with each other on the essential points of either theory or practice, and that each group in turn is full of illogical inconsistencies. If man really lacked a method of discerning truth, he would be in a sorry predicament, but fortunately he is not. Jesus, the most profound and at the same time the most direct and most practical of all the teachers the world has ever known, has provided the necessary, giving us a simple and universally applicable test. It is a test that anyone can apply anywhere. It is as decisive as the chemical reaction that shows us at once whether what we hold in our hand is gold. It is this simple question: does it bear fruit? This test is of such astonishing simplicity that many clever people have overlooked it, as if it were not worth taking into account, forgetting that all the fundamental things in life are simple. This remains the fundamental test of truth. Does it bear fruit? Because truth always bears fruit. Truth always heals. When a true story is carefully examined, it becomes coherent, while, when sufficiently analyzed, the most plausible lie is revealed as it is. Truth heals the body, purifies the soul, reforms the sinner, puts an end to dissensions, and pacifies strife. From this it follows that according to Jesus, the teaching which is true will automatically prove itself in its practical application. In my name they shall cast out demons, they shall speak with new tongues, they shall take up serpents, and if they drink poison it shall not hurt them. They shall lay hands on the sick, and they shall recover. Mark chapter 16 verses 17 to 18. On the contrary, false teaching, no matter how attractively it presents itself, no matter how much social or academic prestige it may possess, cannot fulfill any of these things. Those who propose it are the false prophets who come dressed in sheep's clothing. Though they are usually perfectly sincere in their claims and pretensions, yet they stand between the seeker and saving truth, and are, therefore, in spite of their good intentions, ravening wolves in the spiritual realm. By their fruits ye shall know them. So that we clearly understand that happy results are the proof, and the only proof of true understanding, we have no more pretexts left to deviate from the path. It may be that our progress, for one reason or another, will be comparatively slow, but at least we will be able to follow the good path. If we get off the path, we will always know it, because the bad fruits will warn us. Most of us find particular difficulties in demonstrating certain things. While it is relatively easy for us to make our demonstration in others, this is natural and only means that we must apply ourselves with more tenacity to the things that seem the most difficult. If, however, our efforts are not effecting any appreciable change, we have gone out of the way, and are not praying in the right way, we should then at once return to the way, affirming that divine intelligence inspires us, and that we are expressing the truth. No harm can result from this procedure, even though the unfruitful period may seem to last a long time, and during this trial we shall learn much. But on the other hand, if we follow the example of the Pharisee, and instead of frankly admitting our error try to justify ourselves, if we practice spiritual pride, we shall fare badly. If, like some misguided people, we say something like this, "I prove nothing," or perhaps if we speak thus, we not only utter nonsense, but we pretend to blaspheme divine wisdom itself, and this is the sin against the Holy Spirit. Material results are not sought as the ultimate end, only the search for truth matters. And because the law decrees that, as soon as a step is taken on that path, there automatically follows an improvement of outward conditions, that change itself constitutes the tangible proof of our inward change, the outward and visible sign of inward spiritual grace. The concrete world is then like the indicator that lets us know what is going on inside a boiler. By means of the conditions of our material world, we can know infallibly where we are. The real reason for desiring demonstrations is that they are proof that we have achieved understanding. There is no such thing as a spiritual understanding that is not demonstrable on the material plane. If we want to know where we are on the path of truth, let us examine the outer conditions in which we find ourselves, beginning with the body itself. There can be nothing in the soul that does not sooner or later become manifest in the outer world, and there can be nothing in the outer world that does not have its correspondence within. Whether it is a test for our own soul, for a teacher, for a book or a church, this test is always simple, direct, and infallible. Is it beneficial? What are its fruits? For by their fruits ye shall know them. Not every one that saith, Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom of heaven, but he that doth the will of my Father which is in heaven. Many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name, and in your name cast out demons, and in your name do many miracles? Then will I say to them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you workers of iniquity. Mankind is slow to recognize that there is no other way of salvation than to change the conscience, which means trying to do God's will constantly in every aspect of life. We all want to do His will sometimes and in certain things. But as long as we are not ready to do it in all things, great or small, we will not obtain more than partial results, a total dedication of self, in fact. So long as we allow a secondary thing to come between us and the primal cause, we shall not be saved. There is no peace for the soul that keeps the shadow of a lie, said George Meredith. Here is an extraordinarily subtle danger. No sooner have we avoided it on one side than it attacks us on the other. It demands unceasing vigilance, almost heroic courage. Nothing is more certain in the life of the soul than that the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. We must allow no consideration, no institution, no organization, no book, no man or woman to come between us and our search for God. If we rely on anything other than our own understanding of truth, our efforts will cease to bear fruit. If we rely unduly upon another person, upon a certain teacher or physician, for example, a day will come when, in the hour of our need, he will be far away, and it will not be his fault. When we need him most, he will be lacking. This same principle applies to people who allow themselves to be dominated by special circumstances. One woman said, I can only devote myself to spiritual things when I am in our church library. The atmosphere there is so beautiful. Soon after, her husband was sent by the government to a post in the heart of Africa, where he had to face a crisis thousands of miles from any library, and more than 100 miles from any other white woman. At that time she had to seek refuge in her own spiritual resources, and naturally she made tremendous progress in spiritual understanding. It is our duty to get what help we can by reading books, listening to teachers. But unless we trust our own understanding, we are only saying, Lord, Lord, with our lips, and pretending to make prophecies in his name while we do not know him, which in practice is as if he did not know us. This is not the way to enter the kingdom of heaven. Let us repeat that in order to understand God, we have to work on our own conscience, a genuine, consistent, and difficult work. Many people are slow to leave an orthodox church in whose beliefs they can no longer consent. For practical or sentimental reasons, they would not want to break a family tradition. But, "He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me." Mount 1037. Other people are brave enough to leave an orthodox church, but turn to some new organization which seems to them to correspond to a higher concept. Here they seem to fall asleep again, under the illusion that they have at last found truth, and need not trouble themselves any more. This error of the individual is exactly that of all the orthodox churches. They too, in the beginning, wanted to reform heresies. What is to be gained by separating from an organization, if the newly won freedom is surrendered again? In some cases, a personal devotion to some independent teacher has developed, which has caused complete submission to his judgment. In other cases, a favorite book has been found which is considered infallible. The only infallible course of conduct known to man is that which Jesus has given us. By their fruits ye shall know them. One should joyfully profit from the inspiration received from an enlightened pastor or a learned lecturer. It is good to keep our spirit open to outside sources, to listen to those who, in our opinion, express wisdom and can broaden our mental horizons, and to make use of books that stimulate our thinking. But let us never surrender our own spiritual judgment to another person. Let us thank those who have helped us. Let us be grateful for the good received, but let us always be ready to take the next step. Let us not forget that the truth of being has to do with the infinite, which is the impersonal principle of life, and cannot submit to the exploitation of either a particular person or organization. We owe not an atom of allegiance to any person or thing in the universe except to the Christ who dwells in our secret place. Only by being loyal to him can we preserve our spiritual integrity. If the mere fact of our association with any group were a guarantee of spiritual understanding, the question of our salvation would be much simpler than it is. Unfortunately, the problem is much more complex. Societies, churches, schools, conferences, and books come together to provide us with a canvas on which we can represent our spiritual life. But the actual work has to be done in our inner consciousness. To expect too much of our outer world is nothing but superstition. When the hour of trial comes, if we rely upon a particular church, or upon our devotion to a spiritual director, or upon a knowledge of a book that we know by heart, the voice of truth will proclaim that it has never known us, and we shall have to pass without our demonstration. The life of man and his personality are so complex that the Bible presents every problem to us from various points of view. Thus there stands out from this passage of the Sermon on the Mount another very important lesson, namely that the only way to accomplish anything is to practice the presence of God. It is the only method by which permanent results can be obtained. Temporary results may be obtained by the exercise of the will, but they are but transitory, and sooner or later what seems to be gained in that way is lost again, leaving everything worse than before. A large fortune, for example, may be amassed by the very will of its owner, but someday the goods thus acquired acquire wings and fly away, leaving the victim poorer than ever. If he who amasses the goods of this world does not know the truth of the self, the truth does not know him, and so cannot help him. Formulated in the Oriental way, in dramatic terms, the Bible warns us of this danger. I never knew you. Depart from me, ye workers of iniquity. When a person has committed such a mistake, the remedy consists evidently in ceasing to try to act without God. The fault will be forgiven, as are all faults, as soon as we correct it, so repent of it. Then the spiritual life must be enriched, affirming that God is the inexhaustible and always accessible source of all abundance. Thus is created the consciousness of true prosperity, and having done this, one can never become impoverished. He, therefore, who hears my words and puts them into practice, will be like the wise man who builds his house on rock. The rain fell, the floods came, the winds blew and beat upon the house, but it did not fall, because it was founded on rock. But he who hears these words of mine and does not do them, will be like a foolish man who built his house on sand. And the rain fell, and the floods came, and the winds blew and beat upon the house, and it fell to the ground with a crash. The sermon ends with one of those illustrations that for its graphic simplicity and direct force have no equal outside the teaching of Jesus. No one who has read this parable of the two houses can forget it. It warns us once more of the vanity of theory without verification in practice, and of the grave danger in which are placed those who know the truth, or at least are acquainted with it, without doing all they can to practice it. It would be better, perhaps, never to have heard of the truth than to know it without practicing it. One of the oldest and most important symbols for the human soul is that of a building, dwelling or temple, which man is engaged in constructing. The man who builds is as common a character in occult lore as the shepherd or the fisherman or the king. As we have encountered in a previous section, the first concern of every builder is to choose a firm foundation, for without it, no matter how skillfully and conscientiously the construction is made, it will collapse in the first storm that comes along. Jesus, let us remember, was brought up in the home and workshop of a carpenter, who, at that time, played the role of builder as he does today among us in remote rural places. In the shifting sands of the desert, it is not possible to build anything, and the people have to live in tents. When the Oriental wishes to build a permanent building, he looks for a rock, and there he erects his house. In the Bible, the word rock means the Christ, and the intention is evident. The truth of the Christ is the only foundation upon which it is possible to safely erect the temple of the regenerated soul. That truth is the only thing in life that is absolutely real, that never changes, the same yesterday, today, and forever. Set on this foundation, we shall be secure when the winds, the rains, the floods of error, of fear, of doubt, of remorse come to attack us. Let them attack us, we will resist them, because we stand on the rock. But as soon as we rely on anything less than that rock, on our own will, on our so-called material security, on the goodwill of others, on our own personal resources, on everything but God, we are building on sand, and great will be our ruin. When Jesus had finished these discourses, the crowds marveled at his teaching, because he taught them as one having authority and not as their teachers. Mount 7:28-29. At the end, Matthew simply tells us that the crowds were amazed listening to what Jesus said to them. This is always the case. The message of the Christ is completely revolutionary. It upsets all the ideas and all the methods, not only of the world, but also of conventional and orthodox religion, because it directs our attention from the exterior to the interior, and from man and his works to God. He taught as one who has authority, and not as the scribes. The greatest advantage of the spiritual basis is that one begins to know, when one has obtained, thanks to scientific prayer, the slightest demonstration, he has experienced something that he can no longer lose. He has within himself the testimony, the proof of truth. He need no longer rely on the word of another. He knows it for himself, and this revelation is the only authority that counts. Jesus had this authority. He proved it by his works. If we read the next chapter of the Gospel according to Matthew, we learn that immediately after giving the last discourse of the Sermon on the Mount, Jesus, returning to the people, instantly cured a leper. Thus he proved that his precepts were not mere theory, and he proved it with flying colors. Jesus lived in direct contact with God, and therefore, when he spoke, he pronounced the word of power. The Lord's Prayer. He who loves well, whether man, bird, or beast, prays well. He prays well who loves well all things, great or small. For the beloved God who loves us made and loved all things. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And let us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. The Lord's Prayer. The Lord's Prayer is the most important of all Christian documents. It was carefully conceived by Jesus for certain very precise purposes. That is why the Lord's Prayer is the best known and most quoted of all his teachings. Indeed, it is the common denominator of all Christian churches. Each one, without exception, uses the Lord's Prayer, and it is perhaps the only ground on which they all agree. Every Christian child is taught the Lord's Prayer, and every praying Christian says it almost every day. Its use probably exceeds that of almost all the prayers put together. He who seeks to follow the way traced out by Jesus must surely use the Lord's Prayer every day, and use it intelligently. To do this, we must understand that the Lord's Prayer is a carefully organized organic whole. Many people are quick to say it like parrots, forgetting Jesus' warning not to engage in vain repetitions. And of course, it is not possible to derive any benefit from it in this way. The Great Prayer is a compact formula for the development of the soul. It was composed with infinite care for that purpose, so that those who use it regularly, understanding it, will experience a real change in the soul. There is no more progress than this change, called in the Bible, being born again. And it is this change in the soul that is the only thing that matters. The mere acquisition of new knowledge by intellectual means does not affect any change in the soul. The Lord's Prayer is specially prepared to effect that change, and it never fails to do so when used regularly. The more the Lord's Prayer is analyzed, the more marvelous its construction appears. It responds to the need of every person on whatever plane he or she finds himself or herself. Not only does it offer a rapid spiritual development to those who have advanced far enough to grasp it, but also in its superficial sense, it provides the simplest and even the most materialistic with whatever they need at the moment, provided they use the prayer sincerely. This prayer, the greatest of all, has yet another no less important purpose. Jesus foresaw that in the course of the centuries, his simple and primitive teaching would gradually be covered by all sorts of external things that had nothing to do with it. He foresaw that men who had not known him, trusting, sincerely no doubt, in their own limited minds, would construct theologies and doctrinal systems, obfuscating the straightforward simplicity of the spiritual message, and in reality erecting a wall between God and man. He composed the prayer in such a way that it would pass through the ages without alteration. He so ordered it with perfect rightness that it could not be twisted or distorted, nor adapted to any man-made system, that it might really carry within itself the whole Christian message, and yet present on the surface nothing that would attract the attention of those who were in the habit of changing everything. Thus, through all the vicissitudes of the centuries of Christian history, this prayer has come down to us in all its pristine purity. The first thing we notice is that the prayer is naturally divided into 7 clauses. This is very characteristic of the Eastern tradition. The number 7 symbolizes the perfection of the individual soul, just as the number 12 symbolizes the harmony of all the members of a group. In common usage, we often find an 8th clause added. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory. But although this is an excellent statement, it is not really a part of the prayer. The 7 clauses are joined together with the greatest care, in perfect order and sequence, and contain all that the soul needs for its own life. Let us consider the first clause. Our Father. These 2 words alone constitute a complete and precise system of theology. In them, the nature and character of God is clearly and distinctly fixed. They sum up the truth of being. They tell us all that man needs to know about God, about himself and about his neighbor. Whatever is added to them can only be by way of commentary, for it may well obscure and complicate the true meaning of the text. Oliver Wendell Holmes said, "My whole religion is contained in the first two words of the Lord's Prayer," and most of us find ourselves in full agreement with him. Let us note how concise and direct the statement, "Our Father," is. In this clause, Jesus establishes once and for all that the relationship between God and man is that of father and son. This removes any possibility that God could be that cruel and implacable tyrant that theology often presents to us, like an oriental despot ruling over servile slaves. We know well that parents, whatever their faults in another sense, always try to do the best they can for their children. Unfortunately, there are cruel parents who proceed against this natural rule, but they are so exceptional that the newspapers stigmatize them. Speaking of the same truth, Jesus also said, "If you then, being evil, know how to give good things to your children, how much more will your Father who is in heaven give good things to those who ask him?" And so he begins his prayer by setting forth the character of God's covenant as a perfect father with his children. Let us notice that this clause, which fixes the nature of God, establishes at the same time the nature of man. For if man is a child of God, he must necessarily partake of his nature, since the nature of the children is invariably similar to that of the parents. It is a cosmic law that, like father, like son, it is not possible for a rose bush to produce lilies or for a cow to give birth to a foal. The offspring then is and must be of the same nature as the parents. And just as God is divine spirit, man must be essentially divine spirit also, no matter if appearances say otherwise. But let us pause here for a moment and try to realize the immense progress we have made in understanding the teaching of Jesus in this respect. Is it not evident that he thus eliminated at a stroke 90% of the old theology, with its vengeful God, its predestined souls, its eternal hell fire, and all the other horrible creations conceived by sick and tormented imaginations? God exists, and the eternal, the almighty, the omnipresent, is the merciful Father of mankind. If we would meditate on this fact long enough to understand, even partially, what it really means, most of our difficulties would be solved, and our illnesses would disappear, because their roots are rooted in fear. And the root cause of all difficulty is fear. If we could understand only in part that this divine wisdom is our living and loving Father, almost all our fears would disappear. And if we could understand it completely, every negative thing in our life would dissipate, and the perfection of our existence would be a demonstration of our perfect spiritual condition. Thus we can see what Jesus' purpose was in expressing this clause in the first place. Next we see that the prayer does not say, "My Father," but "Our Father," which signifies beyond any doubt the true fact of the brotherhood of man. This forces our attention from the beginning to focus on the fact that all men are indeed brothers, children of the same Father, and that there is no longer Jew or Greek, there is no longer bond or free, there is no longer male or female, Gal. 3:28, for all men are brothers. Here Jesus, in establishing his second point, puts an end to all the absurd nonsense concerning a chosen race or the superiority of one group over another. He dispels the illusion that men of a certain nation, race, color, or social class are superior to others. The belief in the superiority of the group to which one belongs, the flock, as psychologists call it, is an illusion to which mankind is very much given, but which has no place in the doctrine of Jesus. He states that what marks a man's position is the spiritual condition of his own soul, and as long as he is following the spiritual path, there is no difference with respect to the group to which he belongs. As a final consequence of these words follows the commandment that we should pray not only for ourselves, but for all mankind. Every investigator of truth should observe the thought of the truth of being for the whole human race for at least a moment every day. For none of us lives to himself nor dies to himself. We are, in truth, and in a more literal sense than is generally believed, members of one body. Thus we begin to see that there is much more to the meaning of the simple words, "Our Father," than appears superficially. Simple, and we could even say innocent, Jesus has hidden in them a spiritual explosive capable of destroying every man-made system that keeps mankind enslaved. What are you in heaven? After clearly proving that God is the Father of men, and that all men are brothers, Jesus goes on to explain the nature of God and describe the fundamental facts of existence. Having demonstrated that God and man are Father and Son, he sets forth their respective functions in the system of the universe. He explains that it is proper to the nature of God to be in the heavens, and of man to be on earth, because God is cause and man is manifestation. The expression of a cause cannot be the cause itself, and against such confusion we must be on our guard. Here, the word heavens, according to religious phraseology, means the presence of God. In metaphysical terms, God is the absolute, because his realm is the realm of pure and unconditioned being, of archetypal ideas. The word earth means manifestation, and it is man's function to manifest or express God. In other words, God is the infinite and the perfect cause of all things. But the cause must be expressed, and God expresses himself through man. Man's destiny is to express God by all sorts of glorious and wonderful means. We see part of this expression in what surrounds him. First his body, which is only the most intimate part of his incarnation. Then his home, his work, his recreation, in short, his complete expression. To express means to bring out, to bring to light what already exists implicitly. Every detail or incident of our life is the manifestation or expression of something that already exists in the soul. Some of these points may seem a little abstract at first, but since misconceptions about the relationship between God and man are precisely the cause of all our difficulties, it is worth our while to take the trouble to learn well the nature of such a relationship. To live in manifestation without concern for the cause is atheism or materialism, which we know where they lead, and to try to have the cause without the manifestation makes man suppose himself to be a personal God, and this often ends in megalomania or in paralysis of expression. What is important to know is that God is in the heavens and man on earth, and that each has his own role in the universal order. Although they are one, they are not identical. Jesus carefully establishes this distinction when he says, "Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name." In the Bible, as elsewhere, the name of a thing signifies both its essential nature and its character. Therefore, when we are told what God's name is, we are told what his nature is, and his name or nature, Jesus says, is hallowed. But what does the word sanctified mean? If we follow its etymological origin, we see that it belongs to the same group as holy, healthy, health, wholesome. So the nature of God is revealed to us, not only worthy of our veneration, but complete and perfect, entirely good. From this we derive remarkable consequences. We agree that an effect is always of the same nature as the cause which produces it. Therefore, since God is sanctified, whatever proceeds from him cannot be less than sanctified also. Just as the rose bush cannot produce lilies, so can nothing but perfect good come from God. Or, as the Bible tells us, the same fountain cannot bring forth sweet and salt water. From all this it follows that God cannot, as people sometimes think, send sickness or adversity or accidents, much less death, because those things contradict his nature. Hallowed be thy name means, thy nature is essentially good, and thou alone art the author of perfect good. Too clean are thou of eyes to behold evil, and thou canst not endure the sight of misery. Hab 1:13. If we think that our difficulties have been sent by God, no matter how good the reason may seem to us, we are giving power to such difficulties, and this will make it very difficult for us to get rid of them. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Man, as a manifestation or expression of God, has an unlimited destiny. His work consists in expressing in concrete and definite form the abstract ideas that God gives him, and to do this he needs to be endowed with creative power. If man lacked this creative power, he would be only a machine, an automaton operated by God. But man is not an automaton. He is an individualized consciousness. God individualizes himself into an infinite number of focal points of consciousness, each one different from the other. Consequently, each of these points is endowed with a distinct capacity of perception, an individual way of appreciating the universe. Let us note carefully that the word individual means undivided. The consciousness of each being is distinct from that of God and from that of others, and yet they cannot be separated. How can this be? How can two things be one without being identical? The answer is that this is not possible on the material plane, which is limited, but it is possible in the realm of spirit, which is infinite. With our present, limited three-dimensional consciousness, we cannot see this, but we can understand it intuitively through prayer. If God were not individualized, there would be but one experience. But it is certain that there are as many universes as there are individuals who conceive of them by the act of thinking them. Thy kingdom come means that it is our duty to be always busy helping to establish the kingdom of God on earth, to manifest on the earthly plane more and more of God's ideas. Such is our mission here. The old saying that God has a plan for every man and he has one for you is perfectly correct. For each of us God has wonderful plans. He has planned a splendid profession, full of interest, life, and joy for each one. And if our lives are insipid or limited or mean, He is not to blame, but we are. If we only discover this plan which He has laid out for us individually, and carry it out, all doors will open before us, all obstacles in our way will vanish, we shall enjoy success, we shall not lack the money we need, and we shall be gloriously happy. There is a true place in life for each one of us, which will give us complete security and happiness if we know how to find it. If we do not find that place, we will never know happiness and security, no matter what other possessions we have. Our true place is the only one where we can manifest the kingdom of God and truly say, "Thy kingdom come." We have seen how often man executes his free will in a negative way. He allows himself to think wrongly, selfishly, and this unrighteous thinking brings him into all sorts of difficulties. Instead of realizing that his essential function is to express God, to be always about God's business, he tries to be about his own business. All our evils originate in this folly. We abuse our free will, trying to act without God, and the natural consequences are all the evils, such as sickness, poverty, sin, sorrows, and finally physical death. We must not for an instant try to live for ourselves, or make our plans without God, or suppose that we can be happy or succeed in any other way than by the will of God, whatever our desire may be, whether it concerns our daily work, our duties at home, our relations with our neighbor, or our personal projects. If we seek our personal welfare instead of serving God, we are storing up for ourselves all kinds of obstacles, disappointments, and unhappiness, whatever appearances may show at the time. Whereas if we are disposed to act according to what, through prayer, we understand to be His will, then we are assuring ourselves success, freedom, joy, however much sacrifice and self-discipline this may temporarily require. What brings us into account is to bring our whole nature into harmony as soon as possible with God's will, by maintaining constant spiritual communion with Him and observing a serene and continual vigilance. Our will is ours to do thine, in His will is our peace, said Dante, and the Divine Comedy is indeed a study of fundamental states of consciousness. The inferno is the condition of the soul that tries to live without God, the paradise, the soul that has reached conscious unity with the divine will, and the purgatory, the soul that struggles to pass from one state to the other. It was this sublime conflict of the soul that wrung from the heart of the great Augustine this cry, "Thou hast made us for thyself, and our hearts are restless until they rest in thee. Give us this day our daily bread." Give us this day our daily bread. Because we are the children of a Father who loves us, we can expect from Him everything we need. Children naturally and spontaneously expect to receive from their parents all that they lack, and in the same way we must count on God. If we do so in faith and knowledge, we will never hope in vain. It is God's will that our lives should be healthy, happy, abounding in blissful experiences, that we should progress freely and steadily day by day and week by week as we go forward on the path that leads to perfection. To that end, we have need of food, clothing, shelter, means of travel, books, etc. Above all, we need freedom, and the prayer includes all these things in the word bread. Bread, that is, does not mean food only, but all that man needs to enjoy a healthy, happy, free, and harmonious life. But to obtain these goods we have to demand them, not necessarily in detail, but we have to ask for them, recognizing God and God alone as the source of all our good. All deprivation will always be explicable by the fact that we have sought our goods from some secondary source, instead of having recourse to God Himself, the author and dispenser of life. We generally think that our financial resources come to us from our investments, or from certain businesses, or perhaps from our employer, when in truth these are but the channels through which comes to us what the eternal source provides. The number of channels is infinite, the source is one. The particular medium by which we receive our resources today will probably change tomorrow, for change is cosmic law in the manifestation of life. Stagnation is death, but so long as we understand that the source of our possessions is the unchanging Spirit, all is well. If one channel becomes obstructed, another will open immediately. On the other hand, if we believe, as most do, that that particular medium is the source of our prosperity, as soon as it becomes obstructed, which is often the case, we will find ourselves in poverty because we believe the source has dried up, and the effects on the physical plane are always just as we imagine them to be. Let us take the example of a man who regards his profession as the only source of his resources, and suppose that, for one reason or another, he loses his position. Because he believes that his position is his only source of income, losing it will naturally mean that his income ceases. Thus he has to look for new work, and perhaps a long time will elapse, during which he will be practically destitute. Well, if such a man, through daily spiritual communion, had understood God as the sole dispenser of his goods, and his job only as the particular way by which they came, then, as the one he had before closed, another, and probably a much better one, would have opened immediately, if his trust had been in God as the source of his resources, in God, who is immutable, infallible, eternal. Then new help would have come to him from somewhere, through whatever channel, in the easiest possible way. In precisely the same case, a businessman may find himself compelled, for reasons beyond his reach, to close down his business, or he whose resources consist of bonds and stocks may find one day that their values have fallen to zero, owing to unexpected events on the stock exchange, or to some catastrophe in a factory or a mine. If this man regards his business or his investments as his source of resources, he will then believe that such a source has dried up, and will logically suffer the consequences. Whereas if his trust rests in God, he will remain somewhat indifferent to the channel through which he receives, which will be easily supplanted by a new one. In short, we must exercise ourselves to consider God as the cause or source from which all that we need comes to us, and the channel, an entirely secondary thing, will come of itself. In its most important and profound sense, our daily bread means the realization of the presence of God, the intimate conviction that God is not just a name, but the great reality, the assurance that because He is God, perfectly good, omnipotent, wise and merciful, we have nothing to fear, that we can trust Him because He will take care of us, that He wants to provide us with everything we need, teach us everything we need to know, and guide our steps in such a way that we will not make mistakes. This is the meaning of Emmanuel, or God with us, and let us know that this means no doubt some degree of actual realization, that is, some conscious experience, and not a mere theoretical recognition of the fact. not merely talking about God, however beautifully we may do it, or thinking about Him, but having of Him a real experience in some sense. True, we must begin by thinking about God, but this must lead to the realization of His presence, which is the bread or manna. Here is the essential point. The realization or experience of God is what matters. It is what marks the progress of the soul, what assures the demonstration, or the manifestation of God in us. Realization, which has nothing to do with elegant theorizations of words, is the substance of things hoped for, the demonstration of things not seen. Such is the bread of life, the hidden manna. When one has it, one possesses all things in truth and in deed. Jesus refers several times to this experience as bread, for it is the food of the soul, just as material food is for the nourishment of the body. With this substance the soul is developed and strengthened. Deprived of it, it withers and atrophies. The most common error, of course, is to think that a formal recognition of God is sufficient, or that to speak of divine things, however poetically, is the same as possessing them. But this is exactly the same as supposing that to look at a plate of food, or to discuss the chemical composition of its ingredients, is equivalent to eating it. Such an error is the explanation of the fact that many people pray for long years without results. For if prayer is a living force, it is impossible to pray without some result being produced. Realization is not obtained by mere desire. It must come naturally as a result of daily methodical prayer. To seek it by the power of the will is the surest way not to attain it. Let us pray regularly and serenely, remembering that every effort or mental agony frustrates itself, and then, perhaps when we least expect it, like a thief in the night, realization will come. In the meantime, it is good to know that all kinds of practical difficulties can be overcome by sincere prayer, even without conscious realization occurring. We have known of some people who have had their best demonstrations with a minimum degree of realization, but in general, we do not attain the feeling of security and well-being to which we are entitled, until we perceive in ourselves the divine presence. Another reason why the presence of God is symbolized by food is that the action of ingesting our material sustenance is essentially something that must be done by ourselves. No one can assimilate food for another. We can employ servants to do all sorts of other things, but there is one thing that has to be done by oneself, eating one's own food. In the same way, no one can realize for us the presence of God. We can and must help others to bear certain difficulties, bear one another's burdens, but no one can think or feel for us, and the act of seeing in spirit the substance and the demonstration of the divine presence cannot be accomplished except by the individual himself. Speaking of this bread of life, Jesus calls it the daily bread. The reason for this is very fundamental. Our contact with God must be latent and alive. It is our real attitude towards God that governs our being. Behold, now is the accepted time. Behold, now is the day of salvation. The most futile thing in the world is to try to live a concept that belongs to the past. The thing that has true spiritual value in our life is to verify the presence of God here and now. Our weakest realization today has infinitely more power to help us than the most vivid one of yesterday. Let us be grateful for our past experiences, knowing that they remain with us forever in the change they have wrought in our being, but let us not rely upon them one iota for our needs today. The divine Spirit is, and the ebb and flow of human apprehension does not change it. The manna of the wilderness in the Old Testament is the prototype of this. The tribes wandering in the wilderness were promised that a quantity of manna sufficient for each of their needs would fall from heaven each day, with the warning not to save any for the next day. On no account were they to eat the food of the previous day, and those who disobeyed were punished with pestilence or death. So it is with us. As long as we try to sustain ourselves in our realization of yesterday, we are trying to live in the past. And to live in the past is to die. The art of life is to live in the present, and to make each present moment as perfect as possible. realizing that we are instruments and the very expression of God. The best way to prepare for tomorrow is to make today all that it should be. And forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. This clause is the center of gravity of the prayer, the strategic key of the whole spiritual treatment. Let us note that Jesus has composed this marvelous prayer in such a way that it corresponds perfectly to the successive stages of the soul's development, and in the most concise and effective way. He omits nothing that is indispensable for our salvation, and yet it is so concise that not a thought or a word is superfluous. Each idea occupies its place in a logical and harmonious order. Anything more would be redundant. Anything less would leave it incomplete. This point we are now addressing concerns the critical factor of forgiving offenses. Having told us what God is, what man is, how the universe works, how we are to do our part, the salvation of mankind and of our own souls, he explains to us what our true food or provision is, and the way to obtain it. And now comes the question of the forgiveness of sins. The forgiveness of sins is the central problem of life. Sin is a sense of being separated from God, and is the greatest tragedy in all human experience. Of course, its roots are in selfishness. Sin is an effort to obtain a good to which we are not justly entitled. It is a sense of an exclusively personal, isolated, selfish existence. Whereas the truth of being is that all is one. Our real being is one with God, inseparable from Him, expressing His ideas, testifying to His nature, the dynamic thought of spirit. And as we are all one with the great whole of which we are spiritually a part, it follows that we are one with all men, precisely because, in Him we live and move and have our being. We are all, in an absolute sense, essentially one. Evil, sin, the fall of man, represent the negation of this idea in our thoughts. We try to live without God, to live without Him, as if we had an independent life, a separate spirit, as if our projects, our ends, our interests were different from His. If such were the truth, the life of the universe would not be coordinated and harmonious, but a chaos of rivalries and struggles. Being separated from our neighbor, we could injure him, rob him, hurt him, or even destroy him without any harm to ourselves. Moreover, the more we would take from others, the more we would have for our own advantage. The more we thought of our own interests, and the more indifferent we were to the welfare of others, the more we would possess. It would naturally follow that our fellow men would try to repay us in the same coin. And if this were true, the whole universe would be governed by the law of the jungle, and would end by destroying itself in the anarchy created by its own weakness. Fortunately, that is not the case, and therein lies the joy of life. There is no doubt that many people behave as if they believe the truth to be so, and many others, who apparently do not, nevertheless have a vague feeling that this is the way things are organized, even though their behavior does not correspond to such a notion. And it is precisely here that we find the true basis of sin in all its manifestations: resentment, condemnation, jealousy, remorse, and the whole infinite range of evil. This belief in an independent and separate life is primitive sin, and before we can expect any progress in our spiritual life, we must take the knife and cut this evil thing off once and for all. Knowing this, Jesus inserted at the critical point of the prayer a carefully prepared statement, intended to fulfill His end and ours. His clause regarding forgiveness places us in a definite trance, without any possibility of escape, evasion, mental reservation, or subterfuge of any kind, to carry out the great sacrament of forgiveness in all its breadth and mighty scope. When we intelligently repeat the great prayer with thoughtfulness and sincerity, we suddenly find ourselves, so to speak, at a dead end, having no choice but to face the problem. We must positively and definitely forgive everyone to whom we owe forgiveness in any way, especially those who have offended us. Jesus leaves no room for any possible detours in this most important aspect. He composed his prayer with more skill than any lawyer would ever display in drawing up a contract. He has formulated it in such a way that, once our attention is fixed on it, we must either forgive our enemies in all sincerity or never ever repeat such a prayer. If we try to recite it without forgiving wholeheartedly, it is probable that we will not be able to finish it. This great central precept will stick in our throat. Let us note carefully that Jesus does not say, "Forgive me my debts, and I will try to forgive others," or "I will see if I can do it," or "I will forgive in general but reserve certain exceptions." He obliges us to declare that we have indeed forgiven and forgiven all. And it is on this forgiveness that our own depends. Who is there who possesses sufficient grace to say his prayers without at the same time longing for the forgiveness or forgetfulness of his own errors and faults? Who would be so foolish as to seek the kingdom of God without desiring to be redeemed from his own sense of guilt? No one, no doubt. For in the same way we find ourselves caught in the inescapable proposition that we cannot demand our freedom before we have freed our brother. Forgiveness of offenses is the gateway to heaven, and Jesus, knowing this, has led us to the door. We must forgive anyone who has offended us in any way, and leave out all censure of the conduct of others if we wish to enter. At the same time, and this is no less important, we must free ourselves from all feelings of self-condemnation or remorse. We must forgive others, and having ceased to incur our sins, we must accept that God also forgives them, or we will not be able to achieve any spiritual progress. One has to forgive oneself, but one cannot do so sincerely until one has first forgiven others. Having forgiven others, one must be ready to grant one's own forgiveness, for to refuse to do so involves only spiritual pride. And for this sin the angels fell. This point cannot be overemphasized. It is necessary to forgive. There are probably very few people in the world who have not at some time been offended or mistreated or despised or reviled or misunderstood or treated unjustly in some way by someone. These old wounds hide in the memory, forming festering abscesses, and there is but one remedy to extirpate them and cast them out, and for that there is but one method: forgiveness. Of course, nothing in the world is as easy as forgiving those who have not done us much harm. Nothing is as easy as forgetting insignificant losses. Everyone is willing to do this. But the law of being demands of us not only the forgiveness of such trifles, but also of those things so hard to forgive that at first it seems to us quite impossible to do so. The aching heart exclaims, "That is too much to ask. Such a thing has hurt me too much. It is impossible. I cannot forgive it." But the Lord's Prayer makes as a condition of our forgiveness, which is an escape from limitation and guilt, the forgiveness of others. There is no alternative to this. There must be forgiveness no matter how deeply we have been offended or how terribly we have suffered. We must forgive. If our prayers go unanswered, let us search our conscience and see if there is anyone we have not yet forgiven. Let us try to find out if there is not some old motive that keeps us full of resentment. Let us search, lest we still harbor a feeling of hostility, perhaps hidden in the intimate conviction that it is our right, against some individual, group, nation, race, social class, certain religious movement of which we disapprove, a political party, and so on. If so, then there is an action of forgiveness that we have to carry out. And when we do, we will probably be able to demonstrate in our life the presence of God. If we cannot forgive in the present, we will have to wait until we can see God's works accomplished in us. And we will also have to postpone the recitation of the Lord's Prayer, on pain of placing ourselves in the position of not desiring God's forgiveness. To free others means to free oneself, for resentment is in reality a form of subjection. It is a cosmic truth that it takes two to make a prisoner the prisoner himself and his keeper. One cannot be a prisoner of oneself. Every prisoner must have his jailer, and the jailer loses his freedom as well as his captive. While we nurse resentment against a certain person, we are bound to him by a cosmic link, by a true chain of spiritual character. We are cosmically bound to that which we hate. The only person perhaps whom we abhor in the world is the same person to whom we are bound by a chain stronger than steel. Is that what we desire? Is that the condition in which we want to continue to live? Let us remember that we belong to the thing to which we are bound in thought, and that if that bond subsists, sooner or later the object of our resentment will intervene again in our life, probably to cause new calamities. Are we willing to face such a contingency? Certainly not. In that case, the only way to free ourselves is to cut the ties that make us vulnerable by a pure act of forgiveness. Let us untie the object of our resentment and let it go. Through forgiveness we free ourselves and save our soul, and since the law of love is the same for all, we also help our offender to free his. But how, in the name of all that is wise and good, is the magical act of forgiveness to be performed? When we have been so deeply hurt that though we have desired it with all our hearts, it has been utterly impossible for us to forgive, and having tried again and again we have found the task beyond our strength. The technique of forgiveness is simple enough and not difficult enough to put into practice as soon as we understand it. The only essential thing is the willingness to forgive. Once it is established that we wish to forgive our offender, most of the work is already done. The act of forgiving becomes for many a phantom because they maintain the erroneous impression that forgiving a person implies at the same time that we like that person. Fortunately, this is by no means the case. It is not a matter of liking someone for whom we do not feel spontaneous sympathy, and it is not really possible to feel liking towards others out of obligation. Trying to do so is tantamount to wanting to hold the wind in one's closed hand, and if one persists in forcing oneself to do so, one will end up hating one's offender to an even greater degree than before. Many good Christians used to think that when someone offended them greatly, it was their duty to cultivate a feeling of friendship and affection towards the one who mistreated them. And as such a thing is quite impossible, it resulted in their falling into sad states of dejection and confusion, which necessarily ended in a deplorable sense of failure and sin. We are not obliged to feel friendship for anyone unless spontaneously, but we are under the inescapable obligation to love everyone. Love or charity, as the Bible calls it, which means an active and impersonal feeling of goodwill. This attitude has directly nothing to do with our individual sympathies, although it is always followed sooner or later by a wonderful feeling of peace and happiness. This is the method of carrying out forgiveness. Let us withdraw to where we can be still. Let us repeat a prayer of our choice or read a chapter of the Bible. Then let us serenely repeat, "I freely and totally forgive X. I release him and let him go. I unreservedly forgive all that concerns this matter. As far as I am concerned, it is finished forever. I leave to the Christ in me all my burden. Now X is free and so am I. I wish him well in every phase of his life. Our incident is ended altogether. The truth of Christ has set us both free, I thank God." Then let us get up and get down to business. On no account let us repeat this operation of forgiving, for it is understood that we have done it once for all, and to do it over again would tacitly mean that we have repudiated what was done before. Then, whenever the memory of the offender or offense comes to our mind, let us bless him briefly and cast out such a thought. Let us do this as often as such a thought troubles us. It will return less and less frequently, and we will end up forgetting it altogether. Then it is possible that after a more or less long interval, the old incident will come to mind once more. But then we shall find that all bitterness and resentment have disappeared, and that we are both free, with that perfect freedom known to the children of God. The act of forgiveness has been complete, and a wonderful experience of joy will flood our being as a positive manifestation of the presence of God in our life. Everyone should practice general forgiveness every day. When we make our daily prayers, let us decree a general amnesty, forgiving everyone who may have hurt us in any way, but without particularizing in the least. Let us simply say, "With all my heart I forgive everyone." Then, if during the day the feeling of resentment comes to us, let us briefly bless the offender and fix our attention on something else. Such an attitude will dispel all resentment and condemnation. It will have a life-giving influence on our health and happiness, and will indeed effect a revolutionary change in us. And let us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. This clause has probably caused more controversy than any other part of this prayer. For many sincere people, it has been a real stumbling block. They believe, and rightly so, that God could not lead anyone into temptation or evil of any kind, so the meaning of such words does not sound sincere. For this reason, there have been many attempts to modify the content of that phrase, thinking that Jesus could not have said what such words suppose him to have said, and so a certain phraseology has been sought which would be more in accordance with the general tone of his teaching. Heroic efforts have been made to vary the original Greek text, but it has been time lost. The clause as it stands expresses perfectly the intimate content of the message. Let us not forget that the Lord's Prayer embraces all aspects of the spiritual life. In its condensed form, it constitutes a complete manual for the development of the soul, and Jesus knew quite well the subtle dangers and countless difficulties that the soul encounters as soon as it begins to advance on the path of perfection. Since those who are still in a preliminary stage of that development do not encounter such difficulties, they conclude that this clause is unnecessary, but they are mistaken. The more we meditate, the more time we devote to prayer, the more our sensitivity increases, and if we spend a great deal of time inquiring into the questions that concern our soul, we will become extraordinarily sensitive. This is undoubtedly excellent, but like everything else in this world, it has its dangers. The further one goes along the path of the spiritual life, the more power one gains in prayer, but at the same time one becomes more vulnerable to new temptations that are unknown to novices. One notices, moreover, that for ordinary faults, insignificant in the eyes of the majority, one is severely punished. But this is good, because it obliges us to keep on the straight line, and in perennial vigilance. Apparently minor transgressions, the little foxes that spoil our vines, will spoil all our spiritual power if we do not attend to them promptly. No one who has reached this spiritual level will be tempted to put his hand into another's purse, nor to rob a house, but this does not imply that he will not have temptations, and those that present themselves will be more and more subtle, and therefore more and more difficult to overcome. As we advance in the spiritual realm, new and powerful temptations await us on the way, ever ready to defeat us if we are not vigilant. The temptation to strive for our own glory and exaltation instead of for God, temptation to seek honors and distinctions, and even advantages, material, temptation to allow personal preferences to influence our judgments when it is a sacred duty to treat all men with perfect impartiality, and beyond and above all sins is the deadly sin of spiritual pride, the supreme infirmity of a noble heart which ambushes this path. Many elevated souls who have passed victoriously through all other trials have fallen into a condition of moral superiority and self-justification which has become like a curtain of steel between them and God. Much knowledge carries with it much responsibility, and to violate that responsibility carries with it terrible penalties. Noblesse oblige is a primordial truth in spiritual things. One's knowledge of truth, however small, is a sacred deposit that must never be profaned, just as it is true that we must not cast our pearls before swine, nor forcibly impose the truth where they do not want to receive it. So it is no less true that we must wisely disseminate the knowledge of God among mankind, lest any of these little ones hunger because of our selfishness or indifference. Feed my lambs, feed my sheep. The old mystical writers were so conscious of these dangers that, with their gift of allegory, They have represented the soul on the upward path as a traveler halted at every turn and subjected to various trials before he could go on. If he succeeded in passing the tests satisfactorily, he could continue onward with the blessing of the one who had challenged him. But if, unfortunately, he failed, he was denied passage. It happens that some inexperienced souls, anxious for rapid progress, unwisely desire to undergo all kinds of trials, and even set about seeking difficulties to overcome, as if their own characters did not already present them with ample occasion for exercise. They forget the wise reply of our Lord in the wilderness, "Thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God, as it is written," and the results of acting contrary are always disastrous. That is why Jesus has inserted this clause, in which we ask to be delivered from anything that is too much for us according to our spiritual level. But if we are sensible in praying daily for wisdom, intelligence, purity, and the guidance of the Holy Spirit, we shall never find ourselves in the presence of any difficulty against which our own resources are not sufficient to overcome it. No plague shall touch thy dwelling. Behold, I am with you always, even unto the end of the world. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory, forever and ever. Here is a stupendous, sententious clause in which the essential truth of the omnipresence and totality of God is summed up. It means indeed that God is the all in all, the doer, the action and the deed, and we might also say the spectator. The realm in this case means all creation on all planes, for that is the presence of God as manifestation or expression. The power is evidently the power of God. We know that God is the only power. Therefore, when we act or pray, it is really God who expresses himself through us. Just as the pianist expresses his music using the fingers of his hand, those who obey God become like his fingers with which he works. His is the power. If when we pray we maintain the idea that it is really God who acts through us, our prayers will gain immensely in efficiency. Let us say, "It is God who inspires me." Before undertaking any work, let us sincerely think, "Divine intelligence is now acting through me," and we shall be surprised to see with what extraordinary success we accomplish the most difficult tasks. The wonderful change that operates in us as we realize what the presence of God really means transforms every phase of our life, turning sorrow into joy, old age into youth, shadows into light. Such is the glory, and the glory we receive is, of course, God's glory as well. And the happiness that experience brings us is, again, God himself, who is aware of that happiness through us. In recent years, the Lord's Prayer has often been rewritten in the affirmative form. Thus, for example, the clause, "Thy kingdom come, thy will be done," becomes, "Thy kingdom has come, thy will is being done." All these paraphrases are interesting and suggestive, but their importance is not vital. The affirmative form would be the most convenient for the purpose of healing, but it is no more than that, a form of prayer. Jesus used the invocatory form very often, though not always, and its frequent use is indispensable for the development of the soul. It is not to be confused with the supplicatory form, in which one demands while moaning like a slave pleading with his master. This attitude is always false. The highest form of prayer is contemplation, in which thought and thinker become one. This is the unity of the mystics, which is rarely experienced in the early stages of spiritual development. Pray in the way you find easiest, for the easiest way is the best way. "Come to me, all you who are weary and heavy laden, and I will relieve you. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom to fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life. Before whom shall I tremble? Though an army encamp against me, my heart shall not fear. Though he should rise up against me in war, yet will my heart be still. For if thou pass through the waters, I will be with thee. If through the rivers, thou shalt not be drowned. If you pass through the fire, you will not be burned. The flames will not consume you." And as he sought the Lord, God protected him. "We forgive you our debtors. And let us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory, forever." The end. And we come to the end of this transformative adventure with Emmet Fox's Sermon on the Mount. This 1938 gem, revived with the magic of bending realities, has handed you the keys to unlock a life full of faith, love, and inner power. Thank you for diving into this spiritual journey. If you've been inspired, share the vibe, give it a like, leave a comment, or post it to your networks so more people can discover this treasure. Keep shining and make the universe vibrate to your rhythm.